Credit her contrary. Yeah. Well, I don't know. She'll make the, because usually at work, she's.
Yeah.
She'll make the meeting. I don't know about the.
And you have all the stuff to swear people in?
Hearing.
No, it's okay. That's why I want to double check on that. Christy, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Great, thank you.
Hello. Hi. How are you? Good, how are you?
Jim here brought candies.
I'm so done. I forgot the. I ran home to get my phone charger, but I forgot. I ripped it out, forgot the part that goes into the socket.
The most important.
Yeah. Like 18%.
You're not gonna be.
No. Well, that was a wasted trip. Intentions were good.
And we're just waiting for Gloria to get back and then we'll get underway.
I have some questions.
Catch it there.
Because I looked at the last one here.
Yeah.
On Wednesday.
And we're all set.
I was Wednesday.
No.
Yeah.
So it's moving this week.
All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us this evening. Today is Monday, November 25th, 2024. The time is now 5:04 in the evening. And we are here at the Mesilla Town Hall in the boardroom to start off with a public hearing. Just kind of a little order of business and what we have this evening. And so we will be holding a public hearing concerning short-term rental ordinance being proposed. And then immediately following that public hearing, we'll jump right into our regularly scheduled meeting and follow the business there. And then after that, we'll probably take a short recess once the regular meeting is completed and come back for our scheduled work session on the short-term rental ordinance. So just a flow of things there for you. We'll try to make it as efficient for everybody that's in attendance as possible. So with that in mind, we're going to be having a public hearing starting right now for short-term rental ordinance, which is a proposed short-term rental ordinance being proposed for adoption into our municipal code by staff and the STR, or short-term rental ad hoc committee. The ordinance will serve to improve short-term rental regulations, online platforms, and lodgers' tax accountability. Just for some in short. With that, the draft ordinance was posted online as part of the packet and is available and was available. This was posted as well, following all the necessary postings that are required for the ordinance, that being in our legal notices with sufficient notice, and then posted at all of our posting locations with sufficient notice. With that in mind as well, before we get going, if I can have a show of hands of all those in the public that will be speaking this evening upon the short-term rental ordinance. Great, thank you. And with that in mind, I'm not going to impose any time restrictions with that. So if you would, those of you that are going to be speaking either for or against or have any input on the short-term rental ordinance as it's been proposed, if you wouldn't mind standing so that you can be sworn in and we get that part taken care of. Gloria?
State your name. Do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And then I will verify before we start the conversation or have you talk, if you will, that you have been sworn in just as a verification before we get going with you talking on that. I do want to also state for the record that I did receive emails from Ms. Dasa Baushawa about the short-term rental ordinance that can be read into the record. And then I also have another one from Ms. Catherine Walkinshaw that can be read into the record, and I'll hand these over to you, Gloria. And then I have another one from Ms. Chris Leslie Curtis that can also be read into the record. I do note that the emails on here were all sent to the trustees as well, so hopefully you have copies. If you need to see these, by all means, I'll pass them down as well, but for your record there. And with that, we'll just start with pros for the ordinance. So if you are in favor of the ordinance or discussion as it is, if you wouldn't mind stepping forward to the podium and stating your name for the record. Okay. So then we'll go on the opposite, since there is not there, but we can also just have full discussion for those there. So those opposed or other comments, just please step to the podium and state your name for the record. So any member of the public that wishes to speak this evening.
Susan Kruger, and I'm not necessarily speaking either for or against the proposed ordinance. I was a member of the committee that it's called the ad hoc short-term committee, and I was a member of that committee, and I was surprised by two things. I was surprised by the lack of general knowledge among the people who participated in the committee and staff on the requirements of the individual zones. So there seemed to be a need there to just stop and learn before certain steps were taken. And all but two members of that committee were either interested in, seriously interested in, or there because they were proposing to have a short-term rental on their property. So it was myself and then a business owner who were not personally involved in having a short-term rental. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kruger.
Oh, good evening, trustees. My name is Catherine Watson. I live at 134 Coyote Hall. I did send an email and attached Ms. Curtis, so I don't want to take up time reading that. I really hope all of you read that letter. I do want to clarify what Ms. Kruger just said, because I was also on that committee. It was actually 5 members that were short-term rental or considering being short-term rental owners, and 4 who were not. So it wasn't just 2 that she mentioned. So I just want to highlight some things about this ordinance, because I'm also like Ms. Kruger, I'm not either for or against. I still think it needs some tweaking. I do think it was a good process. I think we came up with a fairly good product in the 3 months, thanks to Mr. Salazar's work also. But I do feel like there's 3 areas that I'm concerned about that I detailed in my email to you all. Number 1, the requirement or the proposal that we have a 200-foot distance between short-term rentals in the HR zone and also the R1 zone. So I currently live in the HR zone. I do have a short-term rental. I am close to Miss Johnson Barrick's home. And the only way that my husband and I can afford to live in the city and we've been able to renovate our Adobe property is by having the supplemental income from the short-term rentals. We've been doing it for 5 years. I detailed some of the positive comments I've gotten from my guests. But my concern is that an arbitrary distance requirement will restrict any of my neighbors from having this option, from having the option to generate supplemental income from their properties, as well as perhaps selling their property with that option for someone who wanted to buy it. So it reduces their commercial viability of their property to sell it, because now they have a restriction on how they can be using it because of that. And it's crazy that I'm up here saying this, because really for me it provides a competitive advantage if nobody else can have one around me. But I have an intuition about an inherent unfairness about this, and I feel like if, for instance, I have a multi-generational family living across the street from me, something happened to the parents and the grandparents and the children needed to be able to afford to stay in their property, they might need, because as you know, many properties in the SIA
were built for multi-generational families, and they have some of these outstanding structures, like we had 4 structures when we bought the property. And honestly, the woman that we bought it from wasn't able to afford to stay there. So this is really a common thing in Mesilla. So I've been at a meeting where we had someone that the only way that he and his family, and he had a young baby, you might remember he was here at that. The only way he's been able to afford that is to rent part of his house. I talked to someone also that had a long time, Mesilla, Misiero, a long time property in their family. None of the kids live there now, but they want to keep the house in their family, so they are short-term rental, and it's one of the 135. So that's my concern, and I think there are other ways to look at that. Maybe limit the number of permits that are issued per year, for instance, because I know that I understand the concern of wanting to provide some regulations, and I do believe that we came up with some really good parameters, things that short-term rental owners have to adhere to, things that they have to require their guests to. We know that we don't have any law enforcement issues because we heard a presentation from the Marshal's Department a couple months ago that said that's not where the crime is coming from. As a matter of fact, sometimes those guests are being targeted by out of town, but it's not coming from short-term rental guests. That's not where our town issues are coming from. So that's the number one, and I think that's a really important one to consider when you consider this and make your decision. The second thing is that we, when we did the research in our ad hoc committee, we realized that we had, and we did extensive research to find out how many actual short-term rentals are within the town limits, and it's only around 35 to 36 right now. And about 15 of them weren't permitted at the time. They've been operating, some for many, many years. And so one of the things that we wanted in this committee is to make sure, because I know that one of the reasons that we wanted to do an ordinance in the town of Mesilla to begin with is to provide more, make sure that some of this lodging tax was coming to the town coffers, that it was unfair that these people were operating. Now, there's various reasons why maybe they didn't know they needed a permit, but honestly, there really hasn't been a process. Even 10 years ago, when we started our project, there wasn't an established process to have a short-term rental in Mesilla. So we wanted these people to be grandfathered in because one of the goals was to bring in tax revenue. And so they did, the PZHAC did say, okay, they would have 45 days to become compliant to whatever this ordinance is finally decided as, but they did not exempt them from the distance requirement. And I know, for instance, there is a short-term rental near me that is one of the unpermitted ones. And so unfairly, even though it helps me competitively, but I feel it would be unfair to the people that own this, they would not be allowed to operate when they've currently been, because they're less than 200 feet from me. They're kind of across Norte and across Arroyo from where I live. So that's the second one. I'd like at least them to be exempt from these so that we bring them in. The whole point is that we want to be, I think, business friendly as well as residents friendly. We don't want to be arbitrary in our decisions. And then the final point I want to make is I still want to bring up this address issue. Now, I have been assured by you, Mayor, that this is being worked on, but I just talked to a third-party contractor just last week, and I was told, nope, all your stuff is going to Las Cruces. So I think if you pull the responsibility, because right now my husband and I pay lodging tax ourselves. We do that every month. And we do that because we're concerned about where our GRT is going. And right now, I believe our GRT is going to Las Cruces because, as you know, there's many addresses in our town that are Las Cruces 88005. Just talk to me about trying to get an Amazon delivery to my house, and it's a nightmare. Because Google Maps is unfortunately what all these online platforms use. And so I was told by this third-party contractor just last week, he said, nope, your lodging tax, if they pull your lodging tax, and your town requires you to the Airbnb to pay your lodging tax on your behalf, that lodging tax is going to go to Las Cruces currently because of your address. So it isn't going to be an easy process to get lodging tax. And I think really we need to really look at the repercussions of this, because I think by limiting STRs significantly, especially in the HR zone, you're going to push people to stay in STRs or short-term rentals in adjacent Las Cruces. What's going to happen is that people are going to, again, drive into Mesilla to visit. There's more parking issues. We already have parking issues. And all the tax revenue that we could generate for our town needs is gonna go to Las Cruces. And I just don't want us to shoot ourselves in the foot. I do understand residents' concerns and the need to preserve the historic nature of Mesilla, but honestly, and I think almost any of the people here who have short-term rentals will say, just like my husband and I, we wanted to preserve our property. We wanted to preserve the adobe, and it was only by being able to rent our properties were we able to do that. We were competing, at the time we bought our property 10 years ago, we were competing with another buyer that wanted to level all our historic properties and build a 2-story apartment building. So I just, when you talk about preserving the historic nature of the town, I don't think short-term rentals are gonna prevent that. I think if anything, they will help that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walkinshaw.
Mary Helen.
Miss-
I'm not sworn in.
Right.
I don't think.
No, and you're fine.
I can go.
No,
ahead.
yeah, we'll swear you in real quick, Miss Raichi.
Did I scare you? Yeah. I state your name. I, Mary Helen Breach, do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. So help me.
I was talking to some of our long-term residents out in the hall. Mila Kana was out there with her daughter who's visiting this week. So anyway, Catherine really said it all. But all I wanted to do was to also stress the fact that those of us that are in historic buildings, we're putting a lot of our life and our love and our money into restoring those historic buildings, from the foundation and working on adobe restoration. And we've done that with some of Pat's people that he has trained. Also sewer systems that are ancient that we need to replace. And we've been able to do that. I have some people staying in our little casita right now that lived in Mesilla a long time ago. And they've come back to reunite with family and have their Thanksgiving and stuff. And they're so grateful to be able to be in Mesilla, to shop, to eat, to be out at the market. I saw them out at the market on Sunday. So we are getting a lot of benefits from these people. And, honestly, the people that have stayed in our casita have been wonderful people that have really enjoyed the community. Also, one other point is that we pay to have our casita or our homes rented. VRBO charges, I think, $800 a year now just to have the platform, which is wonderful, because on that platform, we can very much have our rules regulated as far as, no parties, no smoking, dogs on leashes, all of that stuff. So it is a real benefit, and I know with Airbnb they do as well. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation as far as the positives. You can look at my reviews, our reviews on VRBO, and people, probably on any of these people that are here, and people are just delighted. Some of the people, at least 2 of them, have loved Mesilla so much that they've been back 2-3 times, and they have bought property here in Mesilla. And so we have wonderful residents that have come from those visiting from other places. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Raichi. Other comments?
Trina Witter. I just wanted to go over some items that I had found as part of my role on the ad hoc committee. And there have been so many meetings and hearings and work sessions, whatever, I can't remember that who I've told, P and Z or Board of Trustees, so I'm sorry in advance if I've already gone over some of these comments. Some of the myths and misconceptions are that short-term rental owners are out-of-towners, where in reality, the majority are locals renting for side income that helps them keep their homes, save and supplement their income for retirement, or care for life, or it's for their life expenses. 70% of short-term rental owners earn enough to cover only half of the monthly mortgage, and that came from a VRBO site. Another misconception is that short-term rentals cause affordable housing problems. I found that there was an Oxford economic study done in November of 2019 that found that nationally, short-term rentals account for 0.2 percentage points of the 4.3% increase in real rents over the last 4 years. Affordable housing problems is caused by a disparity of wages and real estate market factors. On the contrary, short-term rentals allow an owner to supplement to keep their home. Another one is that rental guests destroy the fabric of the neighborhood. The average short-term rental guest, according to VRBO, is a 50-year-old woman traveling with a family of 4. And it's been mentioned before that the marshal had mentioned, and we'd spoken with him, is that the nuisance things that came up were not from short-term rental people. I know other people have commented about noise and carrying on and disruptive, but it's not the guests. He said it was for local people that live here. So not to demonize the short-term rental owners. Short-term rental owners are not noisy in reality. There's no evidence of that. There was actually a national study in 2018, a noise awareness study. It said in reality, there's no evidence that short-term rental guests are noisier than long-term rentals. In fact, they're quieter. Another one is that there seemed to be some misunderstanding at the P&Z that short-term rentals are a business use of the property. And that's been clarified through the state of New Mexico and the appeals court that short-term rentals is a residential use of the property. So you may have a business that you're running, to cover your taxes and separate it from your personal expenses. But the use of the property itself is a residential use of the property. One comment that I had is that, and I think somebody else may have already brought this up, that the fee structure that's in there are extra fees charged to short-term rental owners in there for their permits that are not charged to other businesses, which seems to be arbitrary. And that also goes along with the density requirements. We don't have a limitation on, you can't have a retail space that's within 200 feet of another retail space. We're putting impositions on short-term rental owners that we don't have on other property owners. We were told at the beginning that the purpose of developing the ordinance was to have a means for operators to be permitted, and that would be given to Airbnb companies like Airbnb and VRBO so that they could pull out the largest tax as a town could have some type of contract. And it was already mentioned that can't really be done right now directly through the hosting platforms because of our addressing system. So I was just going back through my notes. We had got information from the county about the number of dwelling units in each of the zones, RA, RF, R1, commercial, HC, and HR. And it just sort of struck me that the way the ordinance is currently written is that we're looking at having distance limits for density on the HR zone, which has the largest number of dwelling units in it. So, and again, it's a residential use of the property and HR is a residential use. I don't believe that there should be limitations on that. Just other things to keep in mind, which I'm sure you're aware of, the more the CA legislates, the more they restrict opportunities for the CA property owners, including residents. And there are policy issues versus enforcement issues. If residents have problems with noisy neighbors or short-term rental people, and they would go through the names of, proper enforcement that don't punish the owners of the short-term rental. We can't really stop people from outside of Messiah with fixing up properties, and, wouldn't you want people to invest in Messiah? I wasn't born in Messiah, but I love Messiah. We came here, found our Adobe home, and we love it. And as a little personal story, when my mother-in-law developed macular degeneration, she couldn't drive. We wanted to move her to Messiah so she could walk to get her haircut, to the bookstore, to the restaurant. So she bought a house that we helped her fix up, completely had to tear out everything on the inside, had to tear off the plaster because we found rusted gas pipes, which are just a disaster waiting to happen. So I just explain that as a means of outside people coming and fixing up buildings and turn it into a beautiful home. And she lived there for 10 or 12 years. Let's see. Oh, short-term rentals don't cause affordable housing problems. The problem is a lack of permits for rentals. More rental housing will allow rents to go down. There was a Forbes 2022 or 1022 article, housing scapegoat, STRs aren't the problem. The problem is density limitations, which is government speak for you need more places to live. So just keep in mind that certain people have, expressed opinions and not facts at some of the previous meetings, that they don't want them next to their house, they don't want any new constructed STRs, they don't want to see it to grow. Those were some of the comments that came up at the ad hoc committee, which mostly was friendly, but there were people that had very strong opinions that there shouldn't be any growth in the CN, there shouldn't be any new people coming in, and there shouldn't be any new short-term rentals at all. Get rid of the ones that we already have, and so that we worked through it and came up with the ordinance. But I do like you to consider your fee structure being equitable with what other people have and not limiting people's property rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Witter.
My name is Dash Balshala, and may I attend these on?
Yes.
I'd like to point out that what makes towns vulnerable to predatory practices by large-scale STR owners is if the town is run down. A town that's thriving, prospering, and fixed up does not fall prey to such practices. So I believe it's in our best interest to support STRs. They support businesses and, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
And also they promote historic preservation and repairs of properties. So good thing all around. I'd like to focus on the fee structure of the proposed ordinance. Currently, the business license fee of $35 annually is paid by all businesses in Messiah, and it's also practiced around the state, which is all fair and proper. The STR permit application fee in Messiah is currently $35, which is a one-time fee, and this is very fair. The draft ordinance proposes a $100 fee annually instead. This is arbitrary. The direct competition to Messiah STRs is Las Cruces, which charges $50 one-time application fee with no annual renewal. Other comparable communities are Truth or Consequences that charges $25 one-time fee, no annual fees. Roswell charges no application fee and no annual fees. And Los Lunas has no application fee or renewal. All communities require the annual business license fee, which is all of it. The parking fee is fair for STR owners with no parking, as Messia business owners are under the same requirement. The late renewal fee of $50 a month seems rather extreme. What is important is that owners are notified in a reasonable manner and a timeline. Otherwise, this could be unfair and harmful and even catastrophic under, what do you call it, exigent circumstances. The fire inspection fee of $40 every 3 years is not charged to businesses. It's only proposed to the STRs. So I think it would be great if the STRs were treated in an equitable manner to other businesses in town. And I just lost my train of thought, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Balsava. Other public comment? Any at all? We can round back to that. Mr. Salazar, if you'll just give a brief synopsis on the process, what you've experienced, and you can also touch on anything as it's been discussed otherwise.
Yes, good evening. My name is Denny Salazar. I did just spend about 3 months with the ad hoc committee, short-term rental committee. And first of all, I can say it was a good experience. I got to be able to talk with the residents. I think they're great. Each one of them has a good point with their own input to the as far as the short-term rental ordinance being proposed tonight. But it took us a bit. The reason why it took a little bit longer than usual, but it did took us a bit because these members, along with some of the people in the community, do have some strong feelings about their rights, or their happiness, or what they're potentially being able to do or propose to want to be within the community. And I think at the beginning it was a little rough, but I think we came to the understanding that not everybody's going to get the whole cake. Not everybody's going to get the whole part of what they feel needs to happen in the city. And then we started to work together, and I think everybody started to come to a consensus. And then this is eventually what we came up with. Originally, the fees were a lot higher. The review proposal were a lot higher. The somewhat the other requirements were a little bit more stringent. So there was a little bit of give and take on both sides that led us to this point. There are some of the concerns that you did hear about tonight. Some of the concerns also on the ad hoc committee that I don't see anybody here with the ad hoc committee as far as opposing, as Mr. Mayor, you mentioned, did anybody want to give an opinion, but there was nobody here, which really is a concern for me because I do feel that a lot of the people in the community do have a right to have an opinion and being taken in consideration when making these kind of decisions. But by them not being here, I mean, it could be multiple reasons, but I like to speak a little bit about what I've heard in the ad hoc committee on their behalf. Which basically was there's a lot of people here been who knows how long, second, third generation people that here for a very long time. A lot of them were senior citizens or senior residents. They are concerned about who's my neighbor, right? That's always been I don't know if it's a Hispanic tradition or is it just a tradition as you get older or being in a small community. But I do understand that, growing up myself, I grew up a lot like people here in Mesilla and around the area, is we grew up knowing all of our residents, right? And we were able to walk down the streets and play at night and do the bike. Well, our parents concerned or worried about, our safety. I don't know, a lot of things we did, but we should have, but, as far as strangers in the neighborhood was not one of them. So yeah, there is no evidence. I agree, there is no evidence in this town right now. Hopefully it continues forever about any issues or any nuisance or scandalous from tenants renting short-term rentals. Just the fact of residents not feeling comfortable with not having a known who the neighbors are is what making them look uncomfortable. On the other side of the coin, so because you are paranoid or because you're worried about who's your neighbor, are you going to take rights away from your neighbor because you yourself are not comfortable? So again, it was a very, very difficult decision to bring them all together. But all in all, the whole ad hoc came to this agreement, this consensus to this ordinance because they knew they had to work together as a team. And one of the things I brought up to the P and Z is to keep that in mind as well when making decisions. It always is to look at both sides of the story. And yeah, you're not going to make everyone happy, but at least try to understand where they're coming from. The fees that they mentioned here, as Ms. Balsabah mentioned here at the end, and she is right. There are some fees within our state that come up from $250 all the way to some municipalities that don't charge any at all whatsoever. What concerns me, because STRs are so new that the state of New Mexico really does not regulate so much short-term rentals. They leave it up to the municipality. It's been a very controversial. The other municipalities that I've spoken with, very controversial, just like we are tonight, trying to figure out what to do because it's almost like an even scale, right? What do we do from here? But again, I'm proud to present to you all this ordinance. We all work very hard as a community. Most of them are here, but again, thank you all very much. Y'all did a great job. Here we are. I stand by for any questions, or I'll wait for the upcoming regular meeting to answer make any comments.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Salazar. And Eddie, before you step down, just for the trustees' sake, if you have questions for staff, any immediate questions, I should say, that pop into your head or things that you want to review with staff, we can go ahead and ask those questions now. That way they can be addressed. If you're okay with that. Trustee.
Well, I have a question about the RA and RF zone STRs, right? So they're all, can you tell me a little bit about how you guys came to the conclusion that it would only be special use permits? My concern is this, is we talk about arbitrary decisions, which I think last time I said something about that, but actually I was a little bit confused because there was an arbitrary situation going on, which is what we want to avoid. And the thing that when we leave things to special use permits, sometimes that gives the impression that we're giving special treatment to people when we approve some and disapprove others. And for me, as trying to represent the entire town and living out in an RA district, not the historical residential district, I think there can, so I just want to be careful about that. That if we're going to go as far as writing an ordinance, and we've already had RA STRs approved, right? But actually, it's members that are here, right? There's one out by my house. It's not mine. I didn't know about it at all. But and I'm not against those STRs, and I'm not against having STRs in the RF or RA zone. I just would like, we already have a part of it that says it can be a guest house, right? And maybe when the ordinance was written, that was an appropriate term, or there were like bed and breakfasts were more popular just even 10 years ago, until the VRBOs and Airbnbs came, right? Things change in our practices, that maybe a guest house should be just under consideration. I know you worked hard on this, but I would rather not have something just special use permit so general, because I really feel that it's easier to be arbitrary about it, depending on who the trustees are, who the member of the public is. And it just makes me uncomfortable because we've had past administrations and past situations where there's feelings of favoritism or giving certain members of the, I mean, and then, I have a problem, just our last rezoning case where something was rezoned and then it became, I mean, I know that everybody says that every case is special, but we know that people come to us and say, now you've set a precedence, right? That even in rezoning cases, which are,
Trustee, if we can focus on the STR,
okay,
and then you
but
can
I'm
have
just
any
saying,
other discussion during work session.
it's just an example of how we can go astray when we do things like that. So all I'm asking is that, why did we come to the conclusion that we didn't have to be specific, or maybe change the definition of a guest house to incorporate a short-term rental, or to give some parameters in that area so that we could more fairly come to a decision when proposals are made in the RA and RF district. That was just an example. I don't want to discuss the rezoning thing. I just want to say that precedence is very important. I mean, that the attorney tells us, right, that precedence is established when decisions are made. So can you tell me about it?
Trustee Cadena. So I believe your original question is, why are the RA and RF, under special use permit and not regulated as the other, zones, right? First, I believe the focus, or we've heard, and what I've heard anyway, is the concerns from our residents is that there's too many, next to each other. I mean, I can't go to the street, I can't, drive down the road because, I don't know who's living in the house next door, who's being rented to and such. So the density of town of Mesilla is concentration is in the historic residential, because that's where the majority of past practices have been getting short-term rentals. Okay, now, we talked about the RA and the RF with the distance requirements as well, but because those properties are much larger, that they're not as close as somebody would be in a residential, either historic or regular single-family residential zone. So the distance really is what determined that the density in the RA and RF would not be an issue as it would be in the smaller lots. Okay, that's one of them. The other one with the special use permit is we didn't want to. It was hard to come up with a lot of requirements, because in the RA and the RF zone, the lots are way, the parameters of those sizes, it could be from 128. So setting those kinds of possible possible consideration will be almost impossible, because it's too broad of a property, too broad of a zone to make those kinds of regulations. Thirdly, we put this in place knowing that the P&Z and the DOT will also review it, will also be doing some work sessions, that we would expect changes and expect input or comments or an additional information that not just the ad hoc committee brings, but also the P&Z and the DOT. So definitely there won't be, at least for me, and I'm pretty sure the ad hoc committee, is that any consideration or additions to the ordinance or agreement, we're just giving it to y'all, and then wherever we all determine, I think it would be fair.
Okay, you answered my question as to why that wasn't more specific.
Trustee?
we'll have more opportunities at the work session.
Most
So,
definitely.
Okay, so it wasn't questions now?
Yeah, you can ask questions now, and then we can continue asking questions at the work session.
Okay.
There'll just be more discussion between ourselves during a work session.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff at this particular moment?
Mr. Mayor, I just actually like to make a comment. And I'll probably reiterate it during the work session as well. There's been some comments made that these Airbnbs and VRBOs are not commercial, they're residential. But there's been comments made that we don't do this for retail, that we're not following the same rules as we do for retail. Why are we restricted to 200 feet when a business isn't? And I just like to comment that it was stated by the people that spoke, a couple of them, that it's because this is residential use, not commercial. So I just wanted to make a comment on that. That's all at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions for staff at the moment? No? Thank you, Mr. Salazar. Appreciate it. And I'll just do one more round of if there's any questions or statements, if any other public would like to speak before we close our public hearing. Okay. So the time is now 5:49 in the evening, and we are adjourning our public hearing for our short-term rental ordinance, which is a proposed short-term rental ordinance for the adoption into our municipal code by staff and the SDR ad hoc committee. The ordinance will serve to improve the short-term rental regulations, online platforms, and lodgers tax accountability, as it was noted. I also want to note a few things as well, is that there will not be a decision being made on this evening. It is not on our regular agenda to be voted on. It is strictly for discussion, and we will have discussion as much as needed until we feel it's where it needs to be and feel it's ready to move forward, per se, if you will. And I do have one extra note here that I'll bring forward to the work session because it wasn't really public comment per se, but there was a survey that was dropped off here to Town Hall that was done by residents. I'm not sure who had done it, but it was left here at Town Hall, and I will distribute that survey out to the Board of Trustees during our work session. That way you have that, if you have not already received a copy of that. Which you may have. I can't recall if I put it in the box or not, which I apologize for. But we will have that during there. And with that, like I say, the public hearing is adjourned. As noted on our agenda and as on the postings, our regular scheduled meeting will be following the public hearing. So with that in note, today is Monday, November 25th, 2024. The time is now 5:51 in the evening, and we are here at the Mesilla Town Hall for our regularly scheduled Board of Trustees meeting. The first item on our agenda is our Pledge of Allegiance. If you would please stand with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next order of business is roll call and determination of a quorum. Gloria, if you would, please.
Mayor Mathis,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Merritt,
Present.
Trustee Cadena,
Present.
Trustee Johnson Pierce,
Here.
Trustee Nevares,
Present.
Mayor, we do have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Next item is any changes to the agenda and approval of the agenda. Which I do have one clerical note to make change on the agenda, and that is at the very end where it's strictly clerical, where we have Monday, November 21st for the work session. It's to read Monday, November 25th, immediately following the regularly scheduled meeting. Strictly clerical. Are there any other changes to the agenda? And if not, if I can have a motion to approve this.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Nevades, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick. Is there any other discussion? Gloria, if you would roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Merrick,
Yes.
trustee Nevada,
Yes.
trustee Johnson Garrett,
Yes.
trustee Carrera,
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Great, thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is approval of the consent agenda, which does include the BOT meeting minutes from 11/12/2024, approval of Blue Star Memorial Byway marker at Veterans Park, approval of PHAC case 061914 for 26 or 2260 Calle de Santiago, submitted by Bill and Janice Cook, approval of PZHAC case 061917 for 2341 Calle de Arroyo, submitted by Taylor Family Trust, and approval of PZHAC case 06919 for 1996 Calle de Santiago. If I can have approval of the consent agenda.
So
please.
moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Johnson Burek, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick. And if there is no discussion or objection, the consent agenda will be approved unanimously. Thank you very much for approval of the consent agenda, which does include the BOT minutes for our BOT meeting for 11/12/2024, approval of Blue Star Memorial Byway marker, approval of PZHAC case 061914, approval of PZHAC case 061917, and approval of PZHAC case 06919. Sorry. Thank you. Next order of business is public input on cases. This is where we'll allow the public to come up to the podium, state your name for the record. If you have any input to be said, only on the cases that are being heard this evening. There will be another opportunity for any other public input at the end of the meeting. So if there's any public input on the cases being heard right this minute, if you would please step forward to the podium and state your name for the record. Yes, and we will be limiting this to 3 minutes in time due to the number of people that are in the room.
You are being asked tonight to consider changing existing ordinances by allowing short-term rentals in all zones. And we were also being asked to consider approving a request to permit certain activities in the rural farm zone that are not allowed by the code. So what I am asking the trustees to consider is there is an overview and feedback being set up for the comprehensive plan to be done by Site Southwest. And it seems to me that in order to take those kinds of pretty serious considerations through the town, it would be a very good idea to work with the sites of Southwest and to look at the comprehensive plan and then consider putting these requests into that format so that not only the public, but you as trustees and the planning and zoning as another appointed body can really consider whether or not to go forward, and if so, how. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kruger. Other public comment?
Hi, Mayor and Board of Trustees. My name is Martha Mulvihill, and I'm a resident of Mesilla. I am also speaking on the two cases that are coming before you. The first one is the short-term the short-term rental. First of all, at the planning and zoning, training that we had, I asked if it was a conflict of interest for the commissioners that have, short-term rentals to be able voting on what we were going to be presented, what was going to be presented to you all. And I was advised that our attorney, said that no, there was not a conflict of interest for a person having a short-term rental to be able to vote on that. The second one is, I think that when we were looking at the plan, that, the short-term rentals are considered like a residential business, I think. But they're also requesting not to also have the benefits of a business instead of it being a residential and not having to pay certain licensures and stuff. And I think that needs to be separated out. If it's either a resident or it's a business, but we can't combine the two. The other is, to please consider putting a cap on the number of short-term rentals that are going to be in the SIA, because we're going to end up having an influx of people that don't live in the SIA or even in Las Cruces or even maybe the surrounding areas. They may be coming in from other states. And, who's really going to be managing these? I mean, I know that there'll be other management companies, but doesn't that really kind of take away from the spice of what Messia really is? So if you guys would please consider those when you're making your decision. And then the winery, I wasn't here last time, but I did present a letter. And I just wanted to reiterate that I'm very concerned because number one, it's in the vicinity of Zia Middle School. There's already a lot of high traffic there because of the parents dropping off their children, picking their children up, the buses coming and going. To increase more traffic in that area is, to me, it's a major concern because that road only is a 2-lane road. And I have witnessed almost 4 or 5 accidents where those cars pile up to turn onto Stanford in the other direction. And I think, having more people turn into that area, which I think they were requesting like at least 25 parking spots. So if all 25 of those parking spots are taken, then that's just going to increase the traffic.
Thank you, Ms. Mulvihill.
Thank you.
Other public comment this evening? Is there no other public comment from anybody, either on any of the cases being heard this evening? Okay. Seeing as there is none, we'll move forward. Under actions and consideration, actually, before I move forward, are you just checking to make sure that there's not anybody out in the lobby? No? Okay, thank you. Actions and consideration is the next order of business. Old business approval of PZHAC case 061823 with conditions set by planning and zoning for 2450 Calle de Principal, submitted by Mr. Felix Armijo, requesting approval to construct a 30 by 36 structure on the property for the purpose of operating 2 short-term rental units on there.
Mr. Mayor, I'm recusing myself.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, who will be recusing herself. We will call you back once any decision has been made. Thank you. So before we move forward, if I can have approval of PZHAC case 061823 with the conditions.
Mr. Mayor, I make approval for planning and zoning case 061823 with conditions or condition.
With conditions, sorry.
Second. Second.
Motion on the floor by trustee Johnson Burek, seconded by trustee Nevares. We'll open it up for discussion. Eddie, if you will just give the background a little bit.
Okay, yeah, we have discussed this in the last week, and there were some questions, were some concerns, and I just like to give a brief overview, just a reminder for anybody that wasn't here. Basically, this is a proposed project at 2450 Calle del Principal, was submitted by Felix Amigo. He is requesting to construct a 30 by 36 foot structure on the property for the purpose of operating two short-term rental businesses. The zone is historical commercial. The P and Z did approve this request with conditions that if the property owner is to build the structure, that the historic site of the historic building be somehow remembered, posted, or signage of some sort of historic, I don't know exactly what you can call it, but a memorial of some sort, on the front, so that when people walk by there, they are still able to read, or maybe like a QR code or something to where they can familiarize themselves, educate themselves what was there in the past before the building was being proposed. One of the trustees did mention about the proposal of maybe have going through the demolition part of the property, which was an exposed basement that was on the property that was infilled by the property owner. Speaking with a couple people, with one of the retired SHPO, and also with Cultural Affairs, the best method that they found was to preserve a historic site is to bury it. It's to bury the site. Keep all the artifacts intact. One of the things that they suggest, if they are get approved and they are to get to do construction, is to keep the basement walls under consideration to any kind of trenching, any kind of footing, any type of those things that try to preserve as much as possible so they don't get destroyed. In the future, if the it does determine that property to be studied of any sort, by burying it, you can still uncover it and become an archaeological site to where you can recover some of the artifacts if indeed there was any in there. That's the information that I gave. Also called, I was emailing, I did have a hard time getting a response from Cultural Affairs, but obviously we understand that we do have a lot of responsibilities, but Mrs. McWilliams, Carla McWilliams, who's my main contact in Santa Fe with Cultural Affairs, did call me back today, and due to an email, again, trying to get more information to bring up to the trustees. And I was asking her about our plaza is on a state registry under including the 400 buildings surrounding the plaza, which includes this building that we're speaking of. And Mrs. McWilliams, after speaking with her, she said, "You just sent me some documents here." After speaking with her, stated that even though it is included in that registry, the state does not get involved with private property unless there's any kind of funding, state funding on the property. Okay, private property. Let me just pass this out. This is exactly came from her. I highlighted the things that she brought up, and she did ask me if any of the trustees or have any questions. Feel free to give her a call. All right, so the front of the page, obviously, this document is the State of New Mexico Department of Cultural Affairs Historic Preservation Division. Again, she did highlight, my question to her was, help us, including myself, including with this town, help us make a determination of if this site is allowable to, how do we preserve a site, or how do we move forward a property that had a historic site that's no longer there. And I called a lot of municipalities, she can't remember of any either. But so there really isn't anybody that I can actually get an example of to kind of present to the trustees in that. But it is mentioned right here, says, as I highlighted, blue highlight, it says National Register listing does not place obligation on private property owners, nor does it place restrictions on the use, treatment, transfer, or disposition of the private property. National Registry listing does not lead to public acquisition of property, nor does it require public access to the property. And if you look at the backside of that, there's an additional what you can and can't do with the registered property. There's a list, again, there's a list on one side, and the other one's National Register does not restrict the rights of private property owners or require that the properties be maintained, repaired, or restored. Second one there is to require property owners to not follow preservation standards when working on their properties unless they wish to qualify for tax benefits. Again, these are for tax benefits where you have any kind of funding from the state or federal government. I bring this is again, the involvement of the cultural affairs to private properties. But also, she has also stated in the packet, that should be in your email, that in her email, it also state that even though the state does not regulate local municipalities, and there's a state statute that empowers the municipalities to make your own decisions in a sense, right? To come up with an ordinance, come up with codes, and obviously just follow those codes to meet all the requirements. This property that we have here in question, I looked it up in our Mesilla registry, and it is building number 122. And this is all information. She called me today, a little after 3 o'clock, and she pointed all these out. So I'm handing them out now and not during your packet. But I did print this out. This is the building, the property that we are having in question. And this is what, whenever we look at restoring or preserving or maintaining a historic site, we always refer to our registry, right? So with our registry, we try to, if indeed it is indeed needs to be preserved, it needs to be preserved to this description. Okay, this description states originally the property of Cristobal Azcárate. This site was used as a corral area for the overland livestock and wagons in the 1850s. It then became Thomas J. Bull Store in 1874, which supplied soldiers, miners, and settlers with just about anything they need. In 1909, the present building replaced the Bull Store. This structure was built by John Bombach for his brother Otto and used as a general store. It is a tall adobe building with unplastered walls and facade stone pilasters against the facade. The building then housed the Wells Fargo Museum in the 1950s until it burned, at which time the roof collapsed and many of the museum's pieces were destroyed. It is now vacant. A tall adobe barn is adjacent to this building at the rear. Okay. Now I bring this up is because again, we are trying, if we decide that this is a structure, how do you maintain the structure? It's no longer there for one, and our registry does not mention anything about a basement on that property, and probably so is because Town of Mesilla does not regulate interior of the buildings, right? It only regulates the exterior part of it. And the only reason why it was being able to be visible from the public is because there was no building sitting on top of it. Okay. Again, that's just my new information that I bring to you all. Might have a little bit of one more thing here. That is all I have. And I stand by for any questions.
Trustee.
I have some questions as usual. You mentioned earlier about perhaps, and I don't know if you used the word restrictions, but restricting the property owner from disturbing, the what do you call it, foundations or whatever is there, so it could be potentially used in the future for the studies, of what existed. How feasible is that to be done, given that, the state doesn't regulate, and I don't know if our ordinance has anything that you can put those kind of restrictions that when they're trenching, they not disturb the existing.
Those are only the advice, I guess. It is not something that is legally binding, a private property owner to those, that opinion. But that was just something that the town of Mesilla could request that the private owner. Same thing as the condition that was set with the signage being in front of the approval. Maybe there's something like that that could be also set.
What is your take on this, or your opinion on this particular item?
I think that, I always thought that the basement was not necessarily a structure. I think that, again, because it is a basement, it is interior part of the house, and I looked at it as a whole, and it was, I mean, this is a matter of opinion, but that is just my opinion. And I think that infilling that hole was probably the best thing to do first. For one, a lot of people don't think it was an eyesore, but for myself, or somebody that maybe is a tourist or walker was doing here, we see a lot of weeds, we see a lot of trash. Maybe it wasn't maintained, maybe it could have been maintained. But I think infill that obviously does eliminate some of the possibilities of that hole being not maintained properly. I do like the idea, a little bit more research. There is actually like maybe not just a sign, maybe we elaborate a little bit more. Maybe it could be like a small little front lawn, you know what I mean? Like a small little space or something to where there could be a little bit more information for the public to be able to walk up to it. Because even if you don't build on it, I mean, there's nothing there. There still needs to be something there to educate people about Mesilla and about the history of Mesilla.
Okay. The other question is about, I guess, the planning and zoning wanted some kind of a plaque, maybe. Was there any discussion as to what they would like to see on it, the design, or, as we move forward, is there going to be a standard design for plaques commemorating buildings or buildings were in the town of Mesilla?
I know in the past, we've spoken with the TNZ, I also spoken with the mayor in the past about the possibility of recognizing a lot of these buildings here in Mesilla. Maybe some of them are not even there anymore, this one in particular, no longer there, to be able to do something like that, to be able to put together some kind of, not just a software or some kind of maybe a brochure or something, and that provides the visitors or maybe the town within itself some information to where they might be able to watch some of these sites, and that way with those some kind of memorable plaque in a sense would educate some of these people. But as far as description on exactly what kind of signage or what kind of memorable structure or whatnot, there was no discussion.
Okay. Because I do support the condition to have some kind of a plaque to indicate what was there. And like your idea about, either having a map or something to give more information. This is where the store, whatever, and was used as this. And because a lot of people are interested in the history of towns. And that's a way to preserve some of that history, is to get it out there to our residents and also to the visitors that come. So I like the second idea you have about, either a brochure or something online where they could go around and look at, where different things may have stood. And
it's exciting.
Yeah.
It's exciting to talk about that because I enjoy history just as much as
and I guess last time I had, I referenced that the cellar there being a structure. I still believe it is, but, I understand because I've talked to several people, about that. But given from my reference, I would still consider it a structure because at first it was built for a certain purpose and it still existed after the building collapsed. So, but that's just a commentary.
Trustees, any other questions? I do want to comment to a note that you had there, Trustee Nevares, for the recognizing buildings. That is one of the things that we are presently working on as well through the app that's being created, as well as hopefully a new website being created, is taking this information that we have, such as this, that's in our historic inventory, and inputting that as that's in an electronic version. And having that available. We're also looking for funding to get our historic inventory updated and getting that taken care of. Part of that is through CLG or Main Street programming. With that programming becomes the availability of the potential of that programming putting in plaques on properties and showing the significance and actually having that at the property on the public side, but being showcasing what was there before. So we are working on that programming.
Especially if they've identified 400 buildings around the plaza, that's a lot.
Mhm.
And we have, I don't have any knowledge of it myself other than if somebody shares it with me. So that would be really great.
Well, and then Mr. Salazar, on the next meeting, let's make sure we bring in a copy of that for the trustees to have. Any other questions as far as it pertains to this? Seeing as there is none, there is approval motion on the floor for PZHAC case 061823 with the condition. Motion by trustee Johnson Burek, seconded by trustee Nevada's. If there is no further discussion, Gloria, if you would roll call vote, please.
Trustee Johnson Burek,
Yes.
trustee Nevada,
Yes, with the condition.
Yes.
trustee Cadena,
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 3 yes.
Great. Thank you very much for approval of PZHAC case 061823 with the condition for 2450 Calle de Principal. Let me get Mayor Pro Tem back in, and then we will resume regular business. I think there's a seat up here too, or a couple of seats if there's still people. Okay. There's still a few seats in here though, if people want to come in and sit.
There's like 10 people out there.
Okay, next item on the agenda is approval for PZHAC SUP case 061909 for 320 West University, submitted by Sylvia De Andrea, requesting approval to operate a winery, wine tasting, social gathering hall in the RF zone.
So moved.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick. Can I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by trustee Cadena. We'll open it up for discussion, but Eddie, if you'll give facts of the case first. And I think that the applicant is here as well, so that she can answer questions that may arise specific to the application.
Specific to anything.
Yes. Mr. Salazar.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this application is case number 06909. It is an application for a winery at 320 Highway, it's 320 on University. And basically, the applicant was not here last time. We did hear this case last time. There were some questions I wasn't able to answer. I tried to answer some of them as best as my ability, but I think there was a misunderstanding between both of us, and they were concerned about not being here, so they assured me that they were going to be here tonight. Again, this special use permit falls under my description under the RF zone under the cottage industry. Looking up the cottage industry or definition, and I Google a lot of things because I kind of want to know what Google wants or defines certain terms or defines certain statements. So I did Google a micro winery. It does basically is a winery in the sense, but it only allows it to produce so many cases or so much wine per year. Googling micro winery, what type of micro winery, what kind of business or industrial term is, and it did come out, it is a cottage business. And under the RF zone, under our code, cottage industry are allowed. Cottage industry are allowed in the RF zone. Basically, a cottage industry that by definition is a small, small scale industry, right? The cottages that is allowed in a residential use, generally operated either by a person, by the owner, or a family or a small family of the owner, with minimal, products that they produce or minimal traffic or employees. It's just a small scale again. the definition of cottage industry. Um, the property in question is at the end of the university, which is our last parcel in Town of Messia's jurisdiction. So the location that we considered, the location that is now, we should take in consideration that is at that end, there is a highway or road, a state road in that area as well. And I like to request the owner here to give any more. She's got a presentation. I don't want to take up too much of y'all's time, but she's ready for your presentation. I'd like to ask her to come up.
I'm Sylvia D'Andrea, and some of my family and friends, and actually some of my customers are here. My husband is actually right here in the blue, and my son is the one standing there at the door with his book back there. I just want to tell you sorry about missing the meeting 2 weeks ago. I guess he was sick. We called and talked to Jacob, but we just weren't on the same page to find out that we had to be here. We did call, we just didn't know we were supposed to be here, so that's why Barb is actually my architect. So she's been coming to all the meetings with me and trying to lay all this out. We originally started, we were supposed to put a building next to the winery. If you guys know where the restaurant's at, it's at 1321 Avenida de Mesilla. I don't know if you've eaten there or not before, but we're supposed to put a building behind it, which I actually already bought the building. I already bought everything for the building inside. But I've still, this is 5 years and I still haven't built the building, whether it be COVID or whether because I haven't passed all the city, because it just has a whole list of stuff that I have to be able to pass and different bylaws and things like that. So then one of my sons, he's actually a chemical engineer at White Sands. He came across this property, which is in Missio. And I hope you guys remember, I was here maybe 16 years ago, because I was in Missio. I was a renter for 5 years. Do you guys know where the blue room is at right now? At 1755 in the Cabo. I used to know my building for 5 years. I used to rent from Mark Bolt. And it started out just as a tasting room. My nephew actually ended up leaving as the military. He actually worked there for me, and my brother-in-law was still on manager today at the restaurant. There's many wineries here in not just in Las Cruces, but also in all of New Mexico. There's about 40 wineries. We have 3 ABAs here, which is Mesilla, Mimbres, and we have Rio Grande. I know that a comment was made at the meeting that I tried to watch the meeting before, and I'll give you guys this, but there's a book that was written like a little pamphlet, and it's called The History of Winemaking, 400-Year Struggle. And I'll let you guys have a little copy of it so you can see. I didn't give you the whole book, the whole pamphlet, I just gave you little pieces of it. If you'd like the whole book, I actually do have it. I don't have the book, but I made copies of it. I asked the Wine Growers Association, which we've been part of for the last, my husband moved here in 1986. And if you guys read in this book and other books that were done, what I gave you is just like the information from where you got all the information. It's on the last page. And then just a couple little blurbs of Mesilla, Donna Ana, Socorro, Albuquerque. But my husband moved here in 1986 to teach the field workers how to prune the vineyard. He moved here from Italy. And if you were to read this whole little book, you'll see in there it talks about having about 2,200 acres of vineyard back in the day. And that's like in 1986. And before that, actually 1984. My husband moved here from Italy. A company in Switzerland owned his property. He ended up taking in 500 acres of his property. So he was studied, actually would be viticulture, which is the science of making plants, which would be directly into winery. Okay. Then my son, the one that's standing over there, he actually went and studied enology also in Italy, because this is our life. Farming is our life. We've been doing it in Deming. And actually the company that he worked for, he got here when he was 25 years old. He had just graduated college. They offered him a job for 45 days. He took it. He went back home, and his mom's like, no, you're not staying. But then 3 days later, they called him to say they purchased the property, and they needed somebody to teach the field workers and still stay on learning how to manage the vineyard. And the vineyard wasn't really that successful. It was kind of a little bit on the dead side. So they hired my husband to come for 1 year. For 1 year, he's still here today, and actually that company was called New Mexico Vineyards. And it actually supplied grapes to 15 wineries in New Mexico, 3 in Colorado, 3 in Arizona, 3 in Texas. Today, that company, well, 2 years ago, it got split up and it, from the 500, it already sold off 200 acres. It didn't have vineyards, but off the 300 acres that he's been running this whole time, our whole life, literally. They sold them off to, Billy the Kid. I don't know if you guys know him, he's Billy Friends, so he's a big farmer in Hack. He purchased a portion of that, so 150 acres. And then, last year, my husband and I decided we'd buy the other portion because we didn't want to see it fall apart. The portion that Billy bought, they literally pulled out all the vineyards, so there's no more vineyards there. And it was really sad to see it go. And so my husband was like, no, we gotta do something, we gotta buy the property. Why did we buy the property? One, we already have a vineyard on I-10. If you guys cross I-10, you'll see we have a building. We bought it because my husband said, he goes, I owe it to my employees. I've had 13 to 18 employees this whole time I've been here. They've stood by me, they've helped me get through thick and thin, and now if I sell this piece and they pull it out, my employees won't have a job. My employees are already in their 60s. That's how old his employees are right now. And he's like, I can't do that to them. So I'm gonna buy the property, that way they still have a job until they all decide to slowly and all retire. He hired some new young ones now that he's got, but he still has the original ones he started since he started. So he continued doing that. Luna Rosa, if you guys have been there, I don't know if you've been there in Deming, it's a 4,000 square foot facility. It's a tasting room. Just like I'm trying to apply for here, it's a tasting room. It has some gifts. I do special events, and I actually brought a couple little flyers that you guys can see after. I want to pass them out with this stuff, but I will later. I have one here, kids with wine bottles, doing like little entrepreneur jobs, trying to teach them how to become better citizens. And so we donate the wine bottles, and then they make stuff, and then they sell it at the craft fair in the mall. And so that's something that we try to do, and of course, then we try to go buy them back. Even though we gave the bottles for free, then we try to buy them back, just to teach them that they can be entrepreneurs from young. This is a post actually for St. Anne's Church. For their catechism classes, they needed an ice machine. We all went, my whole family actually, nobody got paid. We all went for free to make I don't know, like 200. Actually, I think I did it with you, with Father, I think I did it with him once. Now it's a new Father present. But we did pizzas, and just to make money for them to pay for what they needed for these catechism classes for students. That was actually not too long ago, a month. We did a Halloween pizza night. And so that's every year. People look forward to doing that. We did Dia de los Muertos, they dressed up. And actually, this gentleman here is in charge. They needed somewhere to host a car show. So they had people from El Paso come in for the Porsche dealership and the Corvette dealership to have them show off their vehicles that they've been taking care of since I don't know how long. And he just approached us and said if we could help him, and we ended up putting it on here at the restaurant. This other one was in Dunning, and these are here. A candle class, we did a candle class, we do a paint class, we do craft class, we do a kids class. We do as many as we can, like informational, educational stuff, or just stuff for people to get together when they don't have places to go, especially Deming. I mean, it's very limited Deming pieces of having events and stuff. So here it was the same thing. We have people there at the restaurant that have asked, why can't we do something at the restaurant? Well, we decided to close one day a week since COVID on Tuesday, and that Tuesday, 7 months out of the year, we still go and do pizza in Deming. Why the community's like, well, it's not fair. You do it over there. Why can't you open a restaurant here? Well, I can't be in two places at once. All my kids and my grandkids, they graduated college, they all moved back here, so I wanted to support here, because now I want to stay here. I ended up buying a house right here on Tierra Verde, so I literally live just one block from the restaurant. So going back to the history of New Mexico, if you look in your, I highlighted a little blurb on there so you could see. In the 1800s, by the turn of the century, New Mexico was a wine country. By this time, a strip of the Rio Grande extended roughly from Bernalillo to Socorro, from the vicinity of Mesilla to El Paso, and well-established vineyards. In fact, vineyards were so common between Mesilla and El Paso that some observers noticed that residents were not raising enough food to feed themselves. Instead, they depended on caravans to supply many of their basic needs. The grapes being one. Why? The monks would come across and they needed communal wine and they didn't have it, so then they decided, we're gonna just plant some grapes here. And that's actually how the grapes got started. They said, we're gonna plant some grapes here. But then when they moved on, they felt bad to take out a plant that had already been in the ground. So they said, let's just leave them and we'll go ahead. But where did they go? They ended up going towards Socorro. They did the same thing there. They planted Socorro, and they ended up going to Bernalillo and Albuquerque. After some time, then of course California happened, and then they're like, well, we don't even need a grow grapes, and that's kind of when stuff kind of started dwindling down, that there weren't as many. And I don't know, somebody mentioned there used to be, I don't know, you guys might know better than I do. I mean, I was born and raised in Deming, so I know quite a bit more about Deming than I do about Massachusetts, but in 1934, it says a dozen wineries reopened to repeal the prohibition, along with the roadsides of Algodones, Bernalillo, Corrales, Albuquerque, Belen, Donna Ana, Mencia, and Massachusetts, but were unable to compete against the bulk wines from California. The New Mexico wineries dwindled down in numbers. In 1977, there's only 3. It says Corrales, Albuquerque, and Mencia. I tried researching Mencia, I couldn't find it. Somebody named it, said it was named Bull's Winery, but I'm not quite sure because I tried looking it up. And Bull's Wineries did come up, but they're out of Texas. They're not here in New Mexico. You guys might know, maybe with your family from being here for such a long time. The other thing was that they, you guys had talked about having, or he had said that we would qualify under cottage industry being industrial. I'm not really wanting to go industrial. I'm wanting to do exactly like what I have in Deming. There I have a vineyard, it's 32 acres, and we're actually, or 27 acres, and we're actually just bought the property next door, and my husband is planting some more, just in case we ever run out of the 150, if that ever we decide we're gonna sell it, we still have our own property. The 27 acres right now supports us, the tasting room, and we sell to like 15 locations. We plant the grape, we grow the grape, and we make the wine, and then we make the wine for other people. So we also have contracts with other companies that do not make wine at all. We literally do everything for them. Some of them actually have plantations of grapes. They bring it over to us. We take care of it. They come in and they sample throughout the cycle of it. And then when it's ready, we bottle package it and it has their name on it. It doesn't have on it. Has theirs, we just do like a CPA. For this, would be exactly the same way. That's how we did it in Mencia before. My husband would bottle the wine, we'd send it to us here in Massachusetts, here in Mencia, and then we in turn would resell it. I know he mentioned also that we do not have, we have not purchased this property. This property is for sale, and I know it's open to anyone to buy the property. So you have options to try to let me do this, and somebody can buy it, anyone can buy it, and they can do whatever they want with it. But would it be legal? I'm here asking permission to try to open something and be legal, to have insurance, to have liquor liability, to have a farm, to be in the greenbelt, to tell you and give you my word, I'm going to keep the greenbelt going. Whether it be the pecans or the vineyard, my intention was, I love the pecans, so I would like to keep the pecan, but behind the actual barn, where the barn itself would be, I would still be putting a vineyard. I don't know if in front of the house, I know the architect has questioned, but they would like to see vineyards right in front of the house. I'm not quite sure yet. I would prefer meeting the pecans and putting the vineyard behind the actual building. I mean, since day one, even if I were to do the building in, which I did still have the luxury to do. If I wanted to do it next to the restaurant, I would also have a little vineyard there. It wouldn't be as big as I could put it where it is now. Water wouldn't be as easy to get. I mean, here it has a well, I'm able to do that. Over there, I'm not. I'd have to figure out how I could do it with city water, so it'd have to be something smaller. But the whole intention is still the same. I still want to do a tasting room where I could hold functions for people that are part of our, as a matter of fact, the boys here, there's a lady here in the white. Every year, they've signed up for 11 years. I've only had it for 10, but 11 years I've been here, they've gone to every single, and then Austin's right next door, they've gone to every single Valentine's Day dinner that I've ever put together. And we make it, it's not like where you go to a restaurant, you order, this is what we're ordering, the Valentine's Day dinner, no. You come in, everybody needs to come in at the same time. We talk about all the wines. My son and my husband take 2 portions of the restaurant, because we have a little portion and then the larger portion. They talk about the wine, what food it pairs with, and where it came from, where the grape came from. They love coming. The only complaint would be that they can't get a ticket sometimes. And what happens? Well, when you're full, you're full. We started from 1 seating, we started making 2 seatings, but then there's no more seating. You can't keep people at midnight. So we tried doing a 5:30, tried doing a 7:30. Graduation, it's the same thing. I have students, I've had, 6 nurses graduate from my department. I've had 2 psychologists graduate, 3 civil engineers. These are all students that I've hired that still want to come back to somewhere where they work, where they were part of my family. We have dinners together. All of my employees, they all hang around together. I mean, well, you have a restaurant, so you know the feeling. We all become family. We all want to work together. And I've tried supporting as much as I can to see it in any aspect that I can, whether it be actually, Dorothy, I talked to her this morning. I help on all the baskets. San Albino, I help them with all of their stuff, whether it be baked goods or donations for pizzas to the homeless. I go on my own time and do the homeless. So this is something, it's my livelihood. It's not just that I'm gonna come and say, hey, can I open this? No. This is who I am. I did this all the time, not because anybody's asked me to, but because I'm happy to do it. That's all I have to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ms. DeAndrea. Yeah, no. Ms. DeAndrea, will you stay at the podium? I'm sure there'll be questions for you. And I'll actually just start. I just want verification on use. So planning on growing grapes on premise, planning on producing on premise, and then selling within the confines of the building on premise of what you produced on the premises. Okay.
Yes, anything grown on there, like I said, like just all the other customers that we have, we could harvest. I mean, there has been one complaint on my husband's side. He's like, how do you expect to grow grapes when there's all those pecan trees? You know, because with everything comes the pros and cons. The pro is that it'll look beautiful because I know he's capable. I don't, if you guys would like, I have pictures of what the vineyard looks like. We have somebody professionally go take pictures just on a random day. Nothing, no, not altered, not anything. They're beautiful. And if you guys had a chance to go down I-10, you'll see they're just beautiful. My husband is very meticulous in keeping that clean. As a matter of fact, the person selling me the property, if you guys have gone to go look, the trees, if somebody doesn't take in that property, they're gonna die. And he knows it. We talked about it. We had two farmers come and look at it, two pecan farmers just here from Cruces coming to look at it. So I did a lot of legwork trying to come up with these things, right? They went and looked at it. If they're not gonna be taken care of, they're gonna die anyway. So right now, obviously, it's winter, so they already, planted down. But if you look at them in the summer, if you guys can really admit that they look beautiful, they're not. My husband says if we do put a vineyard there, it's gonna be hard to maintain it. Why? Because if you have pecan trees, you have birds. When you have vineyards, you don't want birds. That's one of the biggest things is that the vineyard will be damaged because of the bird. So we might have to come up with some solutions of how to, take care of that. The other is that if we produce, you guys will be the only person, we would be the only person in Mesilla to produce a bottle of wine. You guys don't have any vineyards here anymore. And actually, the only ones here in Las Cruces now is you have Rio Grande, not Mesilla. And then you have the ones that are close to Mesilla, which is the Mesilla Vineyards, which is down off of the Rio Grande, right? And then the new gentleman that just barely, I don't even honestly know him, but I know he just put some along I-10 right there. So you guys would be able to have, or we would be able to have wine that is manufactured that could say Mesilla. And the original grape was Mission grape. I don't know if my husband would be for Mission grape, but he's not so much. It just doesn't have a very good taste. And like we said back in the day, Mission grape was something to be tasted like, we said it was wine, but it was more like a brandy, like a sherry. It tasted like a sherry more than a wine. And that wouldn't really be our cup of tea, but I mean, if that's what we have to make, I guess.
Right. So two follow-up questions for you on this as well. So with that in mind, the structure, I'm assuming that you're wanting, number one, to utilize the structure that's on the premise. Are you planning on building on top or making it bigger?
Not at this time. At this time, actually, I would just be putting in the front, I would be doing a little porch, like for when somebody comes in, so it's not just a flat door to come into. There'd be a little bit of a porch in the front and also in the back, a porch in the back. So if you go out the back side, you wouldn't be just coming to an empty opening, right? You would have a porch, kind of like a little patio top that would be parallel with what is already there. So we wouldn't be altering the space. We wouldn't be putting any negative space into the house. The pecan trees would still stay there. Right behind the actual, I think do you guys have a sheet? Do you have one? Do you guys do you have one?
Yeah, that's in.
You guys do have one or you don't?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Okay. If you look at the back, building number 5 is the actual barn. So the two little orange pieces are the two pieces that came with the altar. And then behind the house, on the guess you'd say, the north side, where it says number 7, right there, those trees would be what would be cut down. And we would be able to put some parking right there. And in all these years, it's been there 9 years or whatever, if you go, if they've ever had any there, the trees are far enough, it was 30, yeah. There's 30 feet between every tree, 30 by 30 by 30. So you're able to still fit a car into any of those. If there's not a berm, I mean, if we do flood irrigation, there'll be a berm. So even if we knock trees down, there's still gonna be a berm around those so that the water can, so we don't waste water. The water would still be in the tree area, but then we'd be able to do a little bit of parking there.
Anticipated occupancy.
I would want fire to tell me how many I can or can't have. Same with the health department. There's a kitchen on premise. Do I plan on using it? I called the health department, told them I was thinking of buying the property. And they told me that, since I already have a full commercial kitchen where I'm located, I wouldn't have to have a catering license. So I wouldn't have to do all the special things that a lot of caterers would have to do. I could pretty much cook what I'd like at work and then take it there to the location and it'd be able to use the kitchen that's there on site already. I don't know if it's allowed to leave it there, if it is, because right now it's kind of set up, since it was a church, they had it set up more like an Elks Lodge or a Moose Lodge, or you can come in and it's just a small little kitchen with a stove and a refrigerator, just home use stuff, 2 bathrooms, they have ice hookup, and they have a wash sink on the side. 2 things that we'd like to change, right, well, one thing we'd like to change if you were to buy it is we'd like to extend the bathrooms out a little further because they're just a little small. So that we can handicap, because we have to still meet all the ADA regulations, including the parkings up front. And then if they allow us to leave the kitchen, then the kitchen would be there, so we could bring in food from the restaurant into the kitchen there.
Thank you also for giving the description about the tasting events that you do, because I think that's a big part of when and understand, trustees. I only say this because I am in the industry, so I understand the industry and a little bit of the terminology behind the industry as well. But with that, when we look at it as, when I saw event center, I'm already thinking like huge events and we're doing things. But this is really, from what you've described, something that is being cultured by what's being created on site, and then also sharing more history and involving community as well. Okay, this verification.
When we do like right now, Debbie, we do the classes for the pink classes or any of those things. We had we have one tomorrow actually. We have like the smallest we had is 20, and we have them as big as 60. The paint classes are done by the school teacher here in Cruces. I probably will look into asking the teacher. As a matter of fact, our first fundraiser that we did when I first opened, so 11 years ago when I opened, we did a sponsorship for the football team. They were needing their new uniforms and they didn't have the money. And we actually did a paint night there at the restaurant when we first opened. We didn't have many customers, we were new people, didn't know who we were. And we ended up doing the paint night out in the patio, and they sold 130 tickets, which wasn't even something I was going to be able to take care of. And we ended up, 75 people ended up showing up for that. And it was all donated 100%. The teacher did her time, and we donated all the money back to the football team. Yeah, and we did that there at the restaurant. Behind the restaurant, we have an actual brick wall where we'll rent a tent, a 20 by 30 tent, and we'll do different overflow, like from Memorial Day weekend, Labor Day weekend, when we don't have enough room to feed the employees there. After the wine festival, all of the people that are working at the wine festivals, like all the actual wineries, they're coming in from Albuquerque, Corrales, Alamogordo, we actually host them. So even though we're already busy and the restaurant's already crazy, we end up putting a tent and then I keep them so that as soon as it's over, at 6:30, they're able to come there by themselves, they eat dinner or whatever, and then they leave and they go back to work at the restaurant the next day. We do that 2 days in a row, Memorial Day and Labor Day. And so instead of it's gonna be okay, the weather, we'd be able to have it in that.
Great. Thank you. Trustees, other questions?
Well, I just wanted clarification. The application is on the basis of being a cottage industry?
Well, we talked about that. I talked to Eddie and Barb and I actually talked about cottage industry. When we read a little bit more into it, micro winery lands into it, right? But cottage industries also do manufacturing. I don't plan on manufacturing. I don't plan on actually making the wine there. It requires tanks, filter systems. It requires all of these things that I'm not planning on putting in there. We already have all of that in Deming. We have a whole complete 100% facility for making wine. Like I said, we do it for other people. So I don't anticipate to actually make the wine there. Would I want to sell it there? Yes. Would I want to make gift baskets and customers can buy with like Italian products, since the restaurant's all 100% Italian products? I would, yeah, and for sure be selling that product there. Would it be open today? No. Back in the old days, a lot of the wineries in New Mexico, what they would do is people had day jobs. I actually was a letter carrier in Denver. That's what I used to do for a living. When my husband decided we were going to open the winery, I told him, we either need to dedicate ourselves 100% of this is what we're going to stay doing, or I'll keep my day job because it has, all the nice perks. It has insurance, vacation, sick leave, and all those things. So when that happened, I decided to quit my job to go and open the winery with my husband. He still kept his day job, which was working for New Mexico Vineyards. And up until last year, he still did both jobs, did Luna Rosa and New Mexico Vineyards. At this time, I wouldn't be producing anything there. I would be producing in Dunning and selling it there.
This question might be for Mr. Salazar, but as far as the cottage industry, is the understanding is that the person doing this is using whatever is growing on the property to produce something, whether.
A cottage industry doesn't dictate that it has to grow on the property. Now, agricultural use industry, there's two things that both are allowed that are mentioned in the RX zone. The agricultural industry does require use of produce being grown there. A cottage industry doesn't dictate. That cottage industry is just what it is. It's just a small business, manufacturing business that is on property, maintained or run by a family.
But the key word there is it's not the intention is not to manufacture, right?
No.
So
No, we would grow the grape there. We'd harvest whatever grape we could bring in. Because, like I told you, depending on what size depends on how many pecan trees you want to tear down, is going to depend how big the vineyard is. From that vineyard, we would harvest those grapes during harvest time, take them to Deming, and then they'd be able to make some wine from whatever we harvest.
and the local property.
On the local property, yeah, so it'd be actually from there. And the pecans, I know that there's companies that come here in Las Cruces. I think there's 2 or 3 companies for the smaller pecan growers. We use pecans. Solopec usually supplies them for us when we make either gelatos or any of the pastries. Usually they sell them to us. At this point, we'd probably be able to harvest them and then just use them for ourselves. And not we would bag them, kind of like Solopec and all that. You bag them and sell them in Deming or sell them there also. It's just the actual pecans.
And this must be a silly question, but is there any, I guess that you know of, that pecans could actually be used in the wine?
You can. They actually do. Actually, I did a competition in gelato, actually, in Scottsdale. I've actually traveled all over the world to study some of these different things. I did gelato, I did pizza, I did pastries. I've literally gone all over. And one of the competitions that I got invited to was in Scottsdale. And we did a competition on gelato on what we could do with flavors from our area. I ended up winning 2nd place. My daughter-in-law now, my son's girlfriend, her mom beat me out of 1st place. She came in for me to do the contest and she ended up beating me. Yeah, terrible. But she did a chocolate gelato with an orange flavoring. I did a cheesecake gelato with green chili, since we were growing green chili at the time, and pecans.
But the question,
You could make wine, yeah, you could.
Okay.
Would my husband want to?
but it'd be connected to the land that's that's there.
Well,
So.
we prefer making wine. So we try to tell everybody that comes into the winery and the tasting room is, if you go look at the names of our wines, there's 58 different types of grapes that we're growing right now through Luna Rosa and New Mexico Vineyards. And out of all of those, we tell them they're all named after the wine. My husband wants to do old school. He still wants to stay with a real forest. He still wants to stay with traditional wines. He wants them to be named after the grape. He doesn't want to be adding sugar. He doesn't want to be adding flavors. Doesn't want to add peaches. Doesn't want to add apples. Because then it changes it. It's not wine. Now it's a drinkable fruit juice or something, you know? So he doesn't want to go with that. He wants to do it old style and traditional.
Okay, one of the questions and the concern about, some of the people that have expressed concern is the traffic and the increased traffic and congestion. Is this an event center where large numbers of people, if you had a ballpark figure of the number of people you anticipate, I mean, what would that be? Is it a large event center? Or is it going to be limited to 20, 25 people? I mean, you said you were going to leave it up to the fire department, but that is,
General question you're trying to ask me.
yeah.
So you guys were addressing that the school is in the area, in the vicinity, right? Will never be open in the morning, so we would never affect the school schedule. And if somebody does a tasting of its possibility, I mean, in the morning, we're working on making bread, cheese, and all that stuff at the restaurant. So more than likely, we would try not to get a large amount of vehicles there. If we did stuff for, like, say, New Mexico Ag Department, we have all our meetings. They come in, we set them down. Sometimes they fit, sometimes they don't. We're talking, they sometimes have 35. They don't all fit in the little room. It only fits 22. In Deming, we do. When they do their meetings in Deming, then we're able to host them to 45, 55, something like that. But it depends on what the event is and who's having it.
Would you be open for limits on, the number of?
Yeah, if you wanted to put a limit and you want to tell me what it is.
Well, you just mentioned a number there. I mean, when you talk about event center, some people envision 100, 200 people. You're not looking at those numbers. You're looking at very small numbers.
I would look at less than 99. I wouldn't want to go over that.
Well-
And you know why, right? Because if you go past 99, and the one I was building right now, just by fluke, turns out it was only 200 square feet bigger than the one that's there now. I didn't want to go past 99 because then you have to get involved in the sprinkler systems and having other works for that. And so I wanted to stay smaller. In Deming, it's 4,000 square feet. We have 2 bathrooms. We have 1 bar area. I'm wanting to keep it the same as what I have there.
What about 50 or under?
50 or under? It's a possibility.
Okay. Would you be open to providing, and making it as part of perhaps a condition, I don't know, that you would, if you should purchase a property, that you would put in a vineyard so that,
I would guarantee you on the vineyard.
so,
Like I guarantee you, as
But-
soon
but-
as we
but-
buy the property, we would take out the trees that I promised, and we're gonna put a vineyard in the
Okay.
vineyard. Planting season is the spring.
Yeah,
by
so it's-
spring, we grow the plants, so we would be putting the plants that we choose now. In Deming, so we always said we wanted stuff for part of the community. In the vineyard, 27 acres, we actually have one of the longest rows that goes along the vineyard, and we did table grapes. We did Thompson seedless, just different table grapes, like the way you see at Albertsons. And what we would tell customers, they're like, you're welcome to come here anytime you like, whether they make jellies, jams, or just whatever they wanted with grapes, and we let them go and pick them. We give them a bag, we give you scissors, you go pick whatever you want off the vineyard. Now, if you pick the ones that are with the wine grapes, they're gonna have seeds. But if you go and you pick the ones that are like Thompson seedless, but they also have some with seeds, but then you've got grapes like this big. A wine grape, you're gonna have this little tiny berry with seeds. But yeah, we would put that on that, and you put that in, because we will be putting it in.
would you be open to expediting the production of a Mesilla wine?
It's gonna take, so he's already on the nursery, he already has it down he's already grown it for 1 year. If he's got plants available that he's able to do it, it'd be 2 years before I can get the first harvest. But yes,
Mhm.
like I'm in it, yes. Just like we made 1 wine right now, we have 1 wine for NMSU because they wanted one for the ag department. We produced that one too.
And it has a house on the premises.
Yes.
Is a family member going to be residing in the house?
My daughter and I are discussing whether one of us is gonna live in it. It's either gonna be her or either me, but I'm not quite sure. I mean, I bought a house right here on Tierra Verde, and I love where I live because it's just a block from the restaurant. This is only gonna be 4 minutes from the restaurant, so it's not a big difference, but I kind of got already a little bit used to this one. But if it takes that one of us is gonna end up living there,
Well-
it's gonna be one or the other.
Would you be open to that?
Yeah.
And you mentioned in the write-up here somewhere about, an educational component. relating to winemaking, wine tasting. Is that going to be prominent in your activity that you plan
That
to?
would be that son right there, the enologist, he's the one that helps make wine, and so yes, he's the one that, teaches about wine and how we make wine and, what goes better with food pairing. They're actually all my kids, Michael and Marco are the two right there. You raise your hand, you say those two. If you can believe it, I have 3 sons and all 3 of them are amazing cooks, not just because they help at the restaurant, but they can cook. And so, yeah, we're hoping, I've had a lot of people ask if we could do maybe cooking classes with wine. So that's gonna be a possibility. Since they're all really good at cooking, we thought it's something that we'd like for people to be part of, to learn more about wine. I don't know if you guys know, I don't drink alcohol, like 0, like ever, my whole life. So, since I don't drink alcohol, I tell everybody it's God's way of showing you he's got a funny sense of humor, right? She doesn't drink, let's just put her in the wine industry right now. Yeah, I ended up marrying my husband and that's what he did for a living, so I mean, that's why I fell into this spot. I'm more on the business side, I take care of all the customers, and that's why you see these people that are all standing around here, they all came just in support of what I do. And I try to go out of my way to help them when they're in need, when they have losses, when they have things happen like that, like, yeah.
So I think it'd be of interest to residents and visitors to have that educational component. You gave us a piece of the history. I understand the history because I grew up in the South Valley, and my grandparents, used to be involved in vineyards. But that's an important component, learning about wine, how it's made, I mean, go the full gamut instead of just wine tasting, you'd have a bigger component. But-
Before when they had the wine festivals at the beginning, I didn't want to pour alcohol. My husband's like, hey, they're short, and actually happened to be St. Clair at the time. He's like, they're short, do you think you can help pour? My husband helped a little bit, I didn't want to do it. I'm like, no, I don't want to do it. So what do I want to do? I ended up printing, big posters with all the parts about the vineyard, about the plants, the bench grafting, dipping them in oil. I did that. So instead, my husband would give me plants. I would take them there to the wine festival, and anybody that wanted to come up, I would educate them on how it started to how it became a plant, to actually give grapes. And then I'd let them have a plant after they sat there and heard my education part. And then also, that the Bobby B. Lawrence Institute at MSU, we were part of that. That's how that became. Marion and Bobby were very good friends of ours, and he just loved my husband to death. And he says, I just want to do anything and everything I can about grapes. So when he passed away, that's why Marion decided that they were going to do this place. I don't know if you've been there.
Well, I work at an MSU, and it's a very impressive place. But is there any partnership plans with it? Because NMSU teaches, they have wine tasting, they have winemaking, they have all sorts of things.
We do some stuff with them, like they have the new students that are going into the ag department. They do come out to Luna Rosa and Deming and go look at the vineyards. They come by bus. They bring them all to educate them, and then they do a little bit of tastings, all the ones that are over 21. And then also, you have next to the property I'm trying to buy across from it, how there's the little vineyard there. You know which vineyard?
Yeah, I know. I mean, yes. Okay.
Back when Bert Meyer was the agriculture extension specialist for that, we were part of that too. So we would do test plants for them. I mean, that's what we've been doing. So.
Great. I have a couple of questions for Mr. Salazar. I mean, things I've outlined, could they be put in as conditions?
Yes, a lot of times we feel, again, that a special use permit can have those conditions. It can also be a special use permit for the owner of the property. It doesn't necessarily have to be for the property itself, to where a lot of times we feel, well, from now on, that thing's gonna be a vineyard, regardless of who owns it, right? So some of the conditions could be, a special use permit for a specific owner for this particular project or business.
The question is, and I don't know if this exists, but does Mesilla have an overlay zone or anything where you kind of, you know what an overlay zone is? Yes. So, okay. Where you have different conditions for the zoning in that particular.
I know that because I did a little bit of research or something like that, because I felt because of the changes, in the growth and stuff like that, I was feeling that it's in the future posing something like that.
All right. That's all I have for the time being. I may come back.
I might add something too. Where I am in Deming right now, I don't know if you guys know how far out it is. It's 2.5 miles from the city limits of Deming, in the county, right? I actually am working there on a special use permit because that's not the industrial park. The industrial park is over by the airport in Deming. I mean, where would you put brakes there by the landing of an airplane, of an actual airplane or something? So there wasn't a space there. And so we ended up buying a farm and then we converted it and it's also a special use permit.
All right, I guess I'll go. I think I have a question for Eddie. So in the packet 2 weeks ago, you provided the permit, you had specific details. 320 West University proposed to purchase property and operate a wine tasting, winery packaging social gathering. And then in this permit, there was nothing, nor was it stated that it was approved by planning and zoning in this packet.
That permit that you're looking at, right, so that is the original application on that. That I customers, they needed the P and Z, forward those applications to the BOT with the conditions or.
That's still not making sense.
Well, let me explain. Now, the application, when the applicant came, as I mentioned before, she wants to know if she can buy that property for the purpose of having a winery.
But it was completely filled out 2 weeks ago. And then 2 weeks later, it's not. So this to me is incomplete.
I don't understand what package is it. I didn't put this.
The one
package
with the permit that you provided that does not show that it was approved by planning and zoning, nor is it detailed as to what the purpose is. 2 weeks ago, we had that, but now with what we're going to be approving, it's not here.
Trustee, I think in a lot of the questions that you had last week as well, just on that, or at our last meeting, were a lot of questions for the applicant as they were presented.
But now I have a new
and
one
that-
for staff
What do you mean a new one?
because this is incomplete in the packet that we were provided. So I have a question for staff, and then I will move on to the applicant.
I don't, again, I don't put these packages together. I forward them over to the town clerk, and then once the town clerk receives them all, I forward them over to the BOT. I do not know, I don't see exactly what is in front of your hands. What I do know is when the applicant came, filled out the application, we talked about how we can possibly help her by having a college industry. There's a lot of discussion. Last meeting I was here, I stated, we don't know exactly, the applicant just wants to know what she's capable of doing with the property. Some of the things she's been proposed, might not, it depends on the governing board. So, that is what happened, that is what appeared. Now, whether it's filled out to your satisfaction,
It's not. It's a totally different permit than what was given to us 2 weeks ago, and it's incomplete. So I have a hard time trying to adjust that in terms of legalities. Okay, so now I will move on. Thank you, Eddie. To the applicant. Because, yes, it was very apparent. I had a lot of questions 2 weeks ago, a lot of concerns. There were a lot of inconsistencies. Some of the supporting documents we were provided didn't fit, didn't follow our ordinance with what you're proposing. And I'm not against what you're proposing, but I'm got to follow the ordinance. And I had a hard time trying to see how we're trying to make this a contemporary, modernized, but doesn't follow our ordinance. The 500 feet is not matched. You talked about, you have a commercial kitchen license at Luna Rosa. So the state health department would allow you to transfer that over. And unfortunately, the rural farm zone prohibits commercial uses other than the sale of agricultural products, the majority of which are produced on the property. Yet the application is also for a micro winery in which grapes need to be purchased by a supplier. So you would purchase them from yourself in the Deming location? Okay, that's what I
But when
thought.
the wine is moved from Deming to here, I still have to write a permit for SID. SID needs to where it came from so that they can pay tax in whichever city it is that I'm going to transfer it from. And then whenever I sell it, then the tax goes to you guys on the sale.
Right, right.
And since the vineyard is so small, you know that all the wine that's going to be produced won't be directly from just that vineyard. He's going to have to add grape from the Deming one, unless we do literally just from that and be called estate wine, then it would be very minimal wine that would be able to be produced. Right now, we support the winery with 27 acres.
Okay.
So we're not going to be planting the 6 acres that we have there. And then you mentioned the 500 feet. We kind of tried looking at both ways. Cottage industry means I was producing it there for the 500 feet. I'm not going to be producing it there, so I don't know if that would still mean I'd have to qualify for that 500 feet on the baseline for the property next door.
Well, I would think so. Eddie could correct me since you're still going to be growing it there. And then Eddie, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The question was, yeah,
The 500 feet.
Well, the 500 feet, right now, we're looking at two things. Right now, we're looking at the agricultural use of the property, which is growing the wine. And the other part is the cottage industry, which also falls under a small scale manufacturing company or business, right? So yeah, the wine can be grown there on the agricultural part of it. But the cottage industry does not require the 500 feet or doesn't require for it to be grown on the property itself. The cottage industry, you can be making purses or anything like that, as long as it's a small scale manufacturing and being ran by business or and the person living on the property itself.
But our ordinance requires the 500 feet.
Only in agricultural industry.
Okay.
Is not the cottage.
In that part B of the ordinance?
Yeah, part A.
Or is it part A?
Part B, correct.
And then you provided, or both, and I'm sure the applicant might know, I guess my concern, you provided the homemade act of the New Mexico Environmental Department, which states that very limited, was it non-temperature control foods for safety. And that it states alcohol beverages cannot be sold at a private farm, ranch, or residence.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is if the applicant, again, the variety of ideas that she was asking what she can do. That is if the applicant falls under that home food act, that if it falls under that industry, but under that cottage industry. But as she mentioned, she's not gonna be making the food there. She's gonna be catering from her.
With a commercial license, of which is not allowable in the rural farm zone.
So someone catered to their house.
One question I did, several obviously. Commissioner Gallegos, because you have advertised or presenting to us that it's going to be a tasting room by appointment only. Commissioner Gallegos asked if he could taste wine at this location with an appointment, and you stated that you would send him to Luna Rosa. But I thought you're going to operate on,
It would be open all day long every day.
no, but he's making an appointment.
But if he makes an appointment and we're available to go, we would go. My husband has people in Deming all the time call and see if they can make an appointment, go see the winery in the back.
Mhm.
Well, he's on a tractor, I mean, with 14 people behind him, he can't just stop what he's doing to go and show them how we make the wine in the back. If they make an appointment and we try to take them, I mean, say the people from I don't know, maybe Santa Fe come up on a bus and they said, we really want to go see what you're doing here, see how much money you're bringing in. Do we let them? Well, yeah, you organize and figure out how to schedule it so that you can take them, whether he's there or my son's there or one of my other kids goes. Somebody that actually has a license like to be serving, we can go and open it. But I wouldn't realistically go and open for one person.
For one person.
When you can just go to the winery or the restaurant. Now, let's just say right now.
That makes sense, though. Absolutely.
We've been hosting the people from Fiat, they're coming in from Juarez. They're coming in from Italy, actually, but they're working in Juarez at the Fiat plant there. They call us a week in advance, say, hey, we already booked our flight, we're gonna be coming, can you do a tour for us in Deming? They come and meet us at the restaurant, we drive them all the way to Deming, they do a tasting there, and then they come back and eat at the restaurant. So they called ahead of time, we try to schedule it, we try to do our best to try to, they're coming all the way in, they came from Italy, so we try. But I mean, if you have just one person, it's kind of hard to say, hey, we're just gonna go open for one person.
Right. No, and I love the concept of this. It's just my concern is that it doesn't meet the zoning regs or the ordinance. That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Trustee,
I don't have anything.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So first off, I just want to condemn you on all the things you do for our community and surrounding communities. That's great. I know how hard it is to run a business, and then to lend yourself to the rest of the community is rough. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. The other thing is, even though there's small technicalities that it doesn't fit this zone, we have to realize that our greenbelt, which is something we all want to preserve, is not the same. No one has enough land to profit from just farming anymore. And we have to reimagine agriculture as a whole here in order to keep that greenbelt. So I think as we move forward, as Eddie had stated before, we're evolving, just like we are with the short-term rental. Things are evolving, things are changing, and we have to move in a direction that the growth isn't so substantial we become a small city, but rather we keep the area the way we like it and the way we want it, and it's small and it's what we grew up with. So this is part of that. It's making these decisions to really invest in the people that are investing in us. And I think it's a great plan and something to look forward to and to address as we amend our code and look at our comprehensive plan in the future. And that's all I have.
Just a follow-up question on my part on that, and it's it might be for Eddie as well, or Sylvia, you either can tag team it really. But prior to the prior use of this property was as a church, correct? So when we talked about occupancy of this building and use of this building prior, what was the occupancy of the church at that point in time? Do we know? Potentially in excess of 99 people. Who knows? Okay. This is.
I'm sure that the fire department is probably gonna have the same occupancy requirements that the church did. So
Right.
whatever that church at the time occupancy was, it's pretty gonna be pretty close to what, if approved, the bylaw.
Trustees, any other questions? Trustee Nevares.
The things that I outlined, I asked if they could be considered conditions as part of the approval. Is that?
You can set conditions as you wish, most definitely.
Well, I had the four items I went over as conditions would be the vineyard plan to begin as soon as possible.
So
Second one is the family member would be residing on the property, so it's a family type concept. The third is the attendance, and we talked about would be open for 50 or less. And the fourth one was the educational component. That there would be an educational component covering the history, the winemaking, the history, the producing, the winemaking, and the wine tasting.
Are you gonna pay to attend? I'm serious, that's
No.
always the concern. So everybody and anybody could tell you how you want to run things, but if people
Right.
don't come, you can't just keep having them because you waste all your time and effort
Yeah.
trying to put something together. I mean, I know I have a lot of supporters, obviously, that's why they're here, and obviously they're wine drinkers, that's why they're here. And I would like to vouch or stand up and say, that we have educated you when you came to a wine dinner. Who would like to say that? Every single one of them. Yeah. Did you guys learn something from something we taught you at the? Yes. Would you like to see more? Yes. Would you like to have a space because of it? Yes. So, yeah. So.
You asked me a question if I would be open to pay, because I go to the events at the university. I go to the international dinners. I go to all these things. Yeah. So I'm open to pay because I get to learn and
Well, you haven't had
share.
any of our Valentine's Day dinners.
Oh.
But I'm talking about, I have gone to the university. I don't know anything about your events.
Honestly, I'm being serious because these people that have come and paid, we don't really make money off of it. We do it because we want them to know that it's special. We decorate all the tables are decorated so nice. For them attending, I always give them a gift for coming. What they paid for is a 5-course wine pairing. My son sits there, my husband, they talk to all the customers, trying to get together with them, trying to make sure that they have everything that they know about the wine for the food itself, So we don't just say, hey, we're just making this, And we don't just say, hey, here's your food, your wine, whatever. No, we literally take, and then while you're eating, we go around table to table and ask you, was there something that we could have made better for you? Or one was a microphone. They asked that it was because you always have those people that no matter what, like I'm super good about saying, my husband's gonna stand up and talk, please, don't be rude. Let him speak, and then you guys can chit chat all you want. Because when you have somebody being the guest speaker or some coming to talk to you, it's so rude for you to be, you have all the little rattling going on. So I literally, at the beginning, that's the first thing I said. I said, we're gonna start the wine dinner, and they took their time out of their day to come and educate you. We need you guys to listen to them first, and then we're gonna do all of these separate things. And we talk about my daughter, that she does all this baked goods, and she usually does all the desserts. And then my son's the one that does all the different food stuff, and everyone talks about all of the wine stuff. So everybody's got a job. We all do it as a family. And actually, some of these people, I even gone to visit some of these people all the way to Michigan. These ones here, they took me home one day. They're like, hey, can you just come home with us? So yeah, I literally tried to be the best person I could be and do a good job, a good family-oriented job. In Italy, when you go, so we have a home there in Italy, and when we go there, I told my husband, when we had the tasting room originally, I told him, we don't sell enough wine here. We're not gonna be able to stay open if we don't sell more wine. We're taking in people just off of I-10. I said, we're gonna have to open something else. That's how we started the tasting room in the SIA. And we did that for 5 years. We tried convincing Mark, well, can you please alter it? It smells so bad in there. We're like, the doors open like this much. I said, we have to band it when we leave every night. I said, can't you please fix this? And every year he'd say, yes, we're gonna fix it, we're gonna fix it. After the 5th year, he didn't fix it. I told him, I said, nope, I wanna move. And he's like, no, you're safe there because Lorenzo's is next door. It was me, it was my nephew or my brother-in-law that worked there. And we were working from 11 to 9 p.m. So he's like, no, I don't want you to be alone. I said, okay, well, let's see what we can do. So when they decided they weren't gonna fix the stuff, I said, you know what I want? I want the original building that I wanted since day one. When I first pulled into UC, I said, I want that building right there, which is where I am today. And you guys know that used to be an old gas station. And so we didn't take anything apart from the gas station. We still left it exactly the same. The doorways, we left them. That was where the cars went in to get their tires and oil changed. The rack that's up on the top that we turned into the AC then, it was where all the tires were. The seating, the bench, we didn't even take the bench out because the bench was the original part where you sat and waited for your car to get worked on. The office turned into what we call our little mini pastry where we just set up the food for desserts. And then the kitchen, that's what we did tear out because we didn't follow the ADA rule. So we ended up having to build 2 bathrooms and we turned that section into a kitchen so we could put the hood. And then we ended up building ADA bathrooms. Then later, like 3 or 4 years later, we ended up putting a bakery in the back. So there's a room in the back where we just do baked goods all day long. Yeah, but we tried to keep honestly to that thing with the wine. So this is our life. This is what we do for it. We're farmers. And I give you my word that we're not going to go and change the green belt. I mean, we are going to still be producing, whether it be the pecans or the vineyard, which will be the vineyard because that's what I want. Picture perfect. Yeah, I give you my word. Now, so we'll go back to your 4 steps. You said 1, so
So Sylvia, let's actually do it this way. Trustee, you have 4 conditions that you're asking for. I suggest we hear each condition individually, and then they can be enacted upon.
So each
As
one would
that.
be an amendment individually.
So your
amend the
first
original
would
motion.
be condition for vineyard to be added to the property.
Yeah, the first one was the vineyard plan that it'd be submitted and where, in what area you were going to plan to put this and that you're going to start as reasonably as soon as you can.
Okay.
So that's
So
the-
that's a condition.
yes.
Okay, I want to make a comment before we vote.
Well, there would be, we need
Or do you
a,
want
we
all
need
the
a
conditions
a
first?
second on that.
Oh, no, I
And-
mean, no, in general, before he makes a condition.
Well, we're gonna hear each one of these as individual conditions, and then the main vote will carry any conditions that are approved upon. Because when you try to do so many different conditions,
I'm already confused,
Yeah.
but I got you.
I'll
I got you.
I'll keep it in order.
I
So
just
there's
have
a,
one other question for either one of them, and that's parking.
yeah. So we can. There's
So does he do his condition and then I ask my question?
what's that?
your conditions.
So
I mean,
well,
Yeah,
yo,
because
I
mine
saw it,
relates to
I
her.
saw it, but I still want to hear you describe it.
Can I just go?
why don't we have, because we have a motion on the floor by Trustee Nevares for a condition to add a vineyard to the property or ensuring that there is an added vineyard to the property. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Nevada's motion, Mayor Pro Tem Merrick seconded. Now we'll open it up for full discussion for said condition on that for vineyard to be added to the residency.
So, and your outline here, what area would you plan to put? You have number 3.
Building number 5,
Yes,
you see what those darker orange is?
yes.
Those trees, there's like 9 trees right there, gonna be pulled out.
Okay, that's what I needed. Thank you.
I don't know, the architect has another plan. They want where number 9 is, right, the 9F on the second page, that's where they would like to put a vineyard in the front on.
Well, it'd be have a visual appeal. That's
That's what they want.
Let's turn it down.
So on the proposed plan. Second page.
Almost second.
My bad.
The first page is what's existing.
Mhm.
The second page is the proposed. And what we were proposing was at the corner of,
Excuse me.
the southwest corner of the property, Stanford.
No wonder it's so
and
hot.
University, that area would be turned into.
okay. Is this the one I'm looking at? The second one?
Second,
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking at.
yeah, and then we were proposing. that
Yeah,
this
I mean,
area-
that would be
way
an-
It's away from more of the concrete, so it's a little more.
And from the
isolated.
birds.
Yeah.
And also it's visually
You see it.
yeah, appealing to the,
And according to Sylvia, everybody that comes to vineyards loves to have their pictures taken. So that's one of the reasons she also wants.
all right.
Okay, motion on the floor with condition for winery, or sorry, grapevines to be added, or vineyard, sorry, to the property. Any other discussion?
Well, just for clarification, Mayor, so we're voting on the 4 conditions and then we'll go back to the original motion.
Correct.
Okay,
And there might be more conditions that are set as well down the line
Okay.
as we go through.
okay.
Just understand that, and that's okay. Any other questions on this added condition? Gloria, roll call vote, if you would, please.
Trustee Nevares,
Yes,
Trustee Johnson Burr,
Yes.
Trustee Cadena,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Merrick,
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Great, thank you. The next question that was made by Trustee Nevares was for residency on the property.
correct. There would be a family relation actually residing on the property.
When I was my daughter daughter gets married, she's gonna have to stay there.
Well,
She's single right now.
I know, but that's something we cannot control. What we're looking at is the immediate future, I mean, right now.
But would that be permanent?
Well, before we have any further discussion, this is a question that was brought as a potential condition. So if you'd like to ask for this to be a condition, make the motion.
Yeah, I make the
Receive the-
motion, a motion to amend the original motion for a family member to reside. I'm not setting any time frame for that, but initially, I mean,
He's saying initially, he's saying that when we purchase the property, somebody needs to live in it. It doesn't mean permanent, right? Yeah, he's just saying that as soon as we buy the property, somebody lives there while you do all of this stuff.
So is there a second on this motion? Is there-
Second.
Now we'll bring it up. Sorry, motion on the floor by trustee Nevada, seconded by trustee Johnson Burek. We will bring it up for open discussion now with that.
So we can't dictate who lives there. We have to be very careful when people buy property and they come in for a permit or they're running a business. We do not go into detail about who lives there and what they're doing. So we cannot dictate that.
I do think that I mean, legal's here as well if we need to get legal opinion. But another part of this is in this application, something to think of just in a conversation piece is that if the cottage industry part is pursued, then it does require there to be residency on site if cottage is pursued with the application on that sense.
Not
But
whom,
it
correct?
but it doesn't define
Okay.
that. Just defines residency. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I think that's the concern by trustee Nevadas is that, yeah, it would turn into another Airbnb or just
yeah,
something like
I
that.
mean, I was trying to connect it back to the cottage industry concept that, we're being presented with. That's the only thing I'm not dictating, it could be a 30th cousin removed, it could just have a, but there's a family relationship to fit that concept of a cottage industry. That's all I'm trying to drive at.
I've given you my word on that I would put a vineyard in, but I don't want to give you my word that I'm gonna do that, not knowing what's gonna happen tomorrow. I might not be here tomorrow, and whoever takes over what I'm doing might not.
But this is what right now we're looking at you and the permit
Right now,
request. Yeah.
yeah, because my daughter would be fine with me.
Okay. That's all.
Do you want to weigh in at all, or?
If you would like.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, trustees. This is a stimulating conversation. Ben Young, legal counsel for the town. Just because this is being processed under the RF exception to certain conditions, it's being processed under the cottage industry application. Cottage industry or cottage is defined in your code as a light industry ancillary to the prime agro residential use of land and conducted on the same parcel of land used for dwelling of the owner. And then you run down into the permitted uses in the cottage industry, which is subsection A. So the provision in there basically is if you're going to operate a cottage industry within the exception, is that there is going to be a residential unit there that the owner, it's not a rental unit, but it's someone that the owner allows to live there. So if it's your daughter, if it's a cousin, it doesn't have to even be a family member, but it can be somebody who is dwelling there to participate in the operations of that.
And that's what I was looking at, the connection to the cottage. I'm not trying to dictate that whoever was going to live there. I just want a connection. That's all I would.
I believe that. Does that answer it then?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Trustee. Any other questions on that?
No, thank you, Mr. Young. So the motion on the floor was by trustee Nevada, seconded by trustee Johnson Burek, was for residency on the property to be family in specific. So do we need to amend said motion? Or are we good with the way that it is?
Well,
Oh, go ahead. No, I would just maybe suggest that we amend it to fit the
That
ordinance.
Correct.
To fit the
So that would,
ordinance.
that amendment would need to come from the person that motioned it, which would
and
be,
I would like, and I don't remember the exact language, but I would like to quote what Mr. Young quoted, and it's not,
That
as
would be a dwelling of the owner.
dwelling of the owner. Okay. So the amended motion is for the residency to be the dwelling of the owner. Is that correct, Trustee Nevadas?
to complement or to go along with the ordinance.
The ordinance and the
I'm
code.
trying to work with the ordinance as best as I can, so.
Yes, sir. All right. Second on that amendment?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? Gloria, if you would roll call vote, please.
Trustee Nevares,
Yes.
trustee Cadena,
Yes.
trustee Johnson Burek,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Merrick,
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Great, thank you. Next request for condition was for the business occupancy.
Correct. And I was looking at the number 50. I mean,
So if
that's
there's a motion on the floor to set,
75.
I don't know if it quite works that way, but
No, I'm trying to.
I would like the fire department to get that number, because I mean, the fire department's the one coming out.
Well-
I can have it in the restaurant, and assume that he's gonna go there and check the bathrooms, the kitchen, the electrical and all of that, just like the construction guy went and said he was gonna go look. So I would like for them to do it. if it's possible.
So I was just trying to
75, then it'll be 75.
responsive to the concerns of some of the residents' concerns about congestion and traffic. That's all I'm trying to do, is try to find a midway point to see this happen. That's the reason behind my amendment. So
so is there a motion on a condition
I'm moved.
for, so if you'll state it specifically? Sorry, I couldn't follow.
The amendment to the original motion is to the attendance would be limited to no more than 75.
I don't know if I can do that.
Is there a second on that motion by Trustee Nevadas? No,
Let's
sir.
back that up.
This is my
If we
answer.
are going to spend $1.2 million to buy the property, 50 people, 75, they suggest, it's going to take us 3 lives in order to pay back the purchase. That's it.
Is there, so once again, back to the floor, there's a motion on the floor by Trustee Nevadas. Is there a second? For just,
Well, maybe we amend the motion because the applicant has said no more than 99. So based on the fire marshal going in and then 99 or less, I mean, if the fire marshal's gonna have to tell her how many can and cannot fit in there safely.
So can we amend it just to whatever the fire department decides?
As long as 99 or above, because anything higher,
99
she's gonna
below.
have to do a lot of work.
So.
Yep.
So 99 is your number.
Yes.
Okay.
You know that 100 is the
Mhm.
number. Now, you remember that you have 100 that you could fit in the building, but if you have employees, that, I mean, they still have to come. I don't know if that accounts for them. Just depends on what they say is allowed in the building.
Right.
So I'd like to change my original motion amendment to 99. I mean, I was just trying to work.
And you were concern for the traffic and the congestion. I mean, it's a lot of cars on University.
all right. So now, motion on the floor to amend to be 99.
Yes.
or whatever fire code dictates.
Yes, right?
Which
Correct.
one?
Correct.
Okay.
Both.
Both.
Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Merritt,
No.
trustee Cadena,
Yes.
trustee Johnson Burris,
Yes.
trustee Nevares,
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 3 yeses and 1 no.
Great, thank you. Then the other condition that you were talking about, trustee Nevares, was for an educational component.
Yes. So I make the motion to amend to include an educational component left up to the discretion of the property owner.
At the discretion of property owner.
But I outlined what I would like to see, but
Yeah, we will be happy. That's part of what we do.
Any other, second on that?
Second.
Motion by trustee Johnson Burek, motion by trustee Nevada, seconded by trustee Johnson Burek. And with that, any other questions?
Yes. I'm just concerned that we're dictating how someone should run their business. And that's kind of those are iffy parameters, because then we'd have to do that for everybody. So that's just my concern with that.
I'm a mess.
Legal?
Well, it's hot in here.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm sweating.
Mayor, trustees, the inclusion of the word discretionary in there leaves it up to the.
Yes.
Business owner.
and I did include that word.
That word is
So.
included, so it's aspirational. And based on what has been presented this evening, it seems like education is a big component of what they do for the community, so.
Question, but if it turns out that they can't do it or they can't continue doing it, would that hinder anything they're doing in the application and that they currently have?
I do not believe so because of the discretionary nature.
Okay.
of the language.
Okay.
I think that would be something
Because
ultimately
it's done.
that there would be no way for now.
I just think that's too much.
Applicant would be, this is how I did that. and that would be adequate.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any other questions or discussion? Gloria, roll call vote if you would, please.
Trustee Johnson Burris,
Yes.
trustee Cadena,
No.
trustee Nevares,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Merritt,
No.
I just forgot what his motion was.
The
Yes.
education thing.
Oh, I misunderstood the,
Only because it's at the discretion of the property owner.
right.
I just don't think
I
it's
don't think that's,
necessary.
I know.
So further discussion or any other conditions?
I just, we do, the main concern of the people that live on University is a traffic flow. I mean, I personally love Luna Rosa and I love all your wines and I love that they're named after the actual grapes because then you automatically learn something instead of having fancy names. But so tell me how you see the parking working. Let's say you have an event of 99 people, because I think it could easily do that, right? Because and I agree with everybody here, and we see both sides of it for sure. I mean, that you're butted up against Las Cruces is really not ideal for you guys, but it's kind of ideal for us because we then preserve that as a really cool place that you come into Mesilla and you see this beautiful place. So it's really a good place for it. And that we have to move ahead a little bit and modernize and the preservation of the pecan trees is hard. I mean, we see a lot of farms losing their pecan trees. So even if you guys needed to take some more down just for the reasons of preserving water for your vineyards would make sense to me. But, that's a future thing for you all to consider. But my thing is, what would the parking, um, I mean, how would you manage the parking kind of is, I saw the picture. Yeah.
If you see where it says B,
Mm-hmm.
so there's the house, there's like a yard, and then the orange square is a garage, a double garage, a two-car garage. And then right next to it, we were gonna knock down 6 trees and be able to do parking right there. And
Mm-hmm.
it won't even be concreted or anything like that, it'll be just dirt, just so that it stays as the farm look. Because we don't wanna take away from what the farm looks like already, we wanna do farm style barn, that kind of.
How many parking spaces is that about?
They have 30 parking spots.
Okay, so let's say we, for some reason, I mean, they're probably couples, right? Maybe couples. So there, we'd only need like 499, we'd only need 45 parking spaces. So just give me an idea of how we're not going to, you know,
Well, one thing that we show here is, like over here,
mm-hmm,
we show, that's a little trucklet.
mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're showing where we could have parking spaces in the trees.
Oh,
Okay?
additional.
They could also do the same thing up here.
Okay.
Okay.
Just,
Oh, like
just,
they do with, not to the other wine place down Highway 28. They park in the trees when they have the
Yeah.
wine festival.
yeah.
Correct.
Who is that?
Be parking there.
Put some little.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
Yeah.
that is done, you know,
Yeah.
where people have to contract.
Yeah, that would allow for additional.
Okay,
signs.
just, you know, just because our citizens that go up and down University have a lot of concerns about traffic and parking and those kinds of things. Maine and going to your place, hopefully. And, but Eddie, like, you know, we're getting a bunch of work done on University scheduled to end 2026. All of this is going to be within that situation where you have enough. I mean, everybody's been informed of everything that needs to happen on University and how far down. Okay.
Eddie said he was working on it because he had received the packets, but he hadn't looked through all of them, so he hasn't explained it to me. And the person trying to sell the property, it seems completely lost. So like to him, it's just a property. So when he purchased that, he never had intentions to anything. He was just buying a piece of property because he has money.
Okay.
We on the other hand don't, so we're gonna try to get money from the bank to be able to do this. For
Right,
us.
right.
So now, once he explains that to me, and then of course we're gonna go back to the realtor and ask them to explain what's gonna happen, because I hear there's gonna be a, actually customers have told me, not necessarily Eddie, but that there was gonna be a bike path on the, like, you know, the outside, and that they were changing the water line. As a matter of fact, you know, who's not here? You guys know, Mrs. Bustillos, Jerry Bustillos, actually, she's the next door neighbor. And she actually comes and eats at the restaurant, and she's like, well, she said if she could make it, she'd try, but, and she was the one next door, she's like, she didn't feel like this was gonna threaten her in any way, she's like, I'd be happy to have you there as my neighbor. She's the one that lives in the long white house.
Okay.
And apparently that used to be her family's property way back when.
Mhm.
But she came to see me just by accident.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just, you know, would be a concern for you too, is that we're going to have it's a long-term project there on University. You know, no.
So I
Just
can
saying
touch
that's right.
on that.
Good. He
I can
maybe
touch on
answer.
that because we've been going through this, and it's actually something that I was going to touch on later, but as I'll touch on it now. So this project is indeed going to be about a 2-year long project. There's only going to be one point in time for a period of 3 weeks after the first of this year that the road will actually be shut off on both sides for access. And that will actually only be right here at the canal on this side closest to Spotted Dog. And that's because they're of the work that they need to do on the bridge itself. So it'll be 3 weeks that'll be closed. Otherwise, there will be getting to the other, from one end to the other. They will be starting on this end, on the Highway 28 end, and moving that way. The project does include a sidewalk to be going in on the north side of the street, a multi-use path to be going on the south side of the street, and then it will have the same 2-lane road with 2 bike lanes also included on both sides. And then there will be some lighting. A majority of the time frame, though, for the project, as they noted, is primarily going to be spent at the railroad tracks because of the amount of work that they have to do with BSNF and the railroads.
Okay, just wondering, I mean, I know they're widening it to put all that stuff in, so,
It's
you know,
not
all
on
those
this
people-
side, it's on the opposite side of that. Because that ditch is going down underneath that's on the south side
Okay.
and being redirected. Correct. In the lift station.
Okay, just that, you know, of course, we always have parking and traffic issues in Mesilla.
Anything else?
No, I just wanted to
Clarification?
clarification on the parking and the potential for 99 people or whatever the fire marshal says.
The other thing that I just want to note on here is that you have a sample entry sign that looks like it matches that that you have presently. And
We just took a picture of that one and then we did a wood one just as a, you know, that we'd be putting up some sort of sign, but those aren't the signs.
okay, and just that would be a separate application, separate process, and separate requirements for this specific zone in order to do any type of signage in that area. And you would just get with Eddie on that. Yeah. Correct. I do actually have a condition that I do want to put on as well on my side for myself, and that would be that any of the that all conditions carry a contingent of full approval and full purchase of the property, since it is not presently in the applicant's name. No. It's
second.
Yes.
Second.
Any other discussion on that? Motion by Mayor Hernandez, second by Trustee Nevadas. Gloria, roll call vote on that condition, please.
Yes.
Trustee Cadena,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mary,
Yes.
Trustee Nevares.
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on this?
And this is before we do the. Okay. I do just want to make a comment that I think it's a wonderful concept. I love the idea, especially preserving that area. As I stated earlier, and I will continue to state that my concern is this is more of a commercial business that is zoned in a rural farm, which commercial is not allowed. So that is what I'm looking at in terms of, because I'm following the ordinances as they state. So that's just my last comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other discussion? Seeing as there is none, the original motion on the floor was for approval by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, seconded by Trustee Cadena, with conditions added for there to be a vineyard added to the property, the dwelling residency follow the code, that there be condition for 99 occupants or less, depending upon fire code. For there to be a condition for there to be an educational component at the discretion of the property owner. And then a condition, all conditions are based upon the property or the applicant purchasing the property. With that in mind, and the motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick again, seconded by Trustee Cadena with 5 said conditions, and no further discussion. Gloria, roll call vote on the approval of this case.
Trustee Cadena,
Yes.
trustee Johnson Burek,
No.
trustee Nevares,
Yeah. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Merrick.
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 3 yeses and 1 no.
Great. Thank you very much for approval of PZHAC SUP case 061909 for 320 West University with conditions. Next item on the agenda is new business for discussion only. This is for process related to purchases made by departments and authority approval.
So moved.
No
Sorry.
approval needed on this. The one thing that I will ask all members that are present, if you have conversations, if you'll please take your conversations to the
Please.
lobby. That way we can continue our regularly scheduled meeting. Thank you. What I have on here, discussion only for process related to purchases made by departments and authority approval. I wanted to bring this up because it's just an internal process, and I think that as a financial board, I want you to all be fully aware of a process that that the clerk and I are putting in place in specific, based upon just practice, but also some good suggestions from our auditors as we've been moving through. But what we're looking at is that every purchase that's going to be made by any department, unless it's a traditional uh, uh, operational cost, so that operational cost being electric, gas, utilities, so on and so forth, general maintenance of vehicles. But every purchase outside of general operation is going to be required. The departments are going to be required to submit a purchase requisition along with their purchase that they're doing, which is not a common practice that we have previously. For any of those purchases that are over $5,000 in price, it will need to be approved or not approved, but it is approved, signed off by myself or Gloria for those purchases that are 5,000 or above, and those will be added to the consent agenda for you all as an administrative approval, so that way you are aware of those purchases in there. Mainly on those, I also want to note that, oh, sorry. And then the third one will be for those purchases that are $15,000 or more, unless they require $15,000 or more, will be coming to the Board of Trustees in specific for full approval before the purchases move forward with whatever it may be. Unless it is a specific contractual basis that we're moving forward on, then it'll be added on to the regular agenda. But those items that are 15,000 or more, as well as contractual items, will be added to the regular agenda. The only part that will not be applicable in this process, as it's been discussed, for approval by the Board of Trustees, is if it is a specific dedicated fund, such as the fire fund or LE fund or any of those. Those will just need to have the oversight approval of the financial team. You will still have that on the administrative approval list there, just so you know where this is coming. But really, what we're looking at is the items that are purchased out of general fund more than anything. We just want to make sure that we're clear and concise in sharing that information where there are those larger purchases being made, and that there is due process and following sure that everything is taken care of. So, and sharing that. So that information you will see starting on the next agenda, either depending upon the purchases that are being made, either under administrative approval under the consent agenda, or as an action item under the regular agenda if it is a larger purchase for the town. Any question?
Just a comment. I think that's an absolute great idea.
Mhm.
And establishing more internal controls and I wasn't, been on the board for, I don't know what, 10 years and did not know we were not doing purchase requisitions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we do purchase orders.
right.
but
But
the
the requisitions to
requisitions-
justify. Yeah. No, I think it's great. Wonderful. So, yeah, thank you.
Any other discussion on this? Okay. Next item that I actually have under new business is for approval for website design services agreement. This I handed out to you at the meeting, or at the beginning of the meeting. I'm sorry. If I can have a motion for approval.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, seconded by Trustee Johnson Burek. And so with this is for a contract proposal for NMCO to take over our website services, rebuilding the website. You'll notice that in here they do have quite a few plugins that were suggested by the team in specific to kind of create a different thing. There's also some deliverables that are in there to have some specific Messiah photography being completed, as well as onboarding and what we'll be doing on our side. It is a little bit of a significant cost, as you see, but we do have the money presently in our lodgers tax fund to get that taken care of, and that's where that would be coming from in specific, as this is a part of the tourist actions per the fund and fund use.
Who did our website prior?
2 Media is our previous website designer. Any questions? No? Seeing as there are none, motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, seconded by Trustee Johnson Burek. Gloria, roll call vote if you would, please.
Trustee Nevares.
Yes.
Trustee Johnson Burek.
Yes.
Trustee Cadena.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Merrick.
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Thank you very much for approval of this new website and getting that going and taken care of. The exciting part on that, I will note, is that it's actually going to have some great security benefits as well. So hopefully we won't have some of the issues we've had in the past. Next up on the agenda is public input. This is where the public is invited to address the board by the chair. So if there's any other public input, please step to the podium, state your name for the record. Kind of cleared out quite a bit, didn't it? All right. Any other public input? No. Seeing as there is none, we'll move on to the next item, which is closed executive session for discussion limited to personnel matters pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 1015H2 for the Community and Economic Development Department in specific for historic preservation. If I can have a motion to leave the regular meeting to enter into executive closed session.
So
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, seconded by Trustee Johnson Burek. If there is no discussion or objection, we will be entering into executive closed session. And the time is now 8 o'clock, and we will be entering into executive closed session.
It is hot in here.
It's always so cold. What are you talking about?
Oh, I did. I adjusted it. I even put it all the way down to 63. And it's still showing 78 in here. And then I set it at 68. I think that was the problem. We had a full house.
You can go stick around for the workshop or just Very well. There you go. All
Yeah. No, I can't go on now, so we just-
Thank you. Have a good evening, John.
Bye,
All right.
thank you. Fun time.
It was.
It was
fun. You always see something different every day. We're ready to book
Leave
one day.
those two women over get wine. Yeah, wait, did they get one? Yeah, they went over to the Vintage. Of course. Not Vintage, they went over to. No, they went to Vintage. All of them.
Yeah, they were.
Oh, no, the two girls.
Oh, I thought you were talking about all the wine.
No, Andrea and Dasha.
Oh my goodness.
What is he thinking?
So, Mr. Shed?
Almost, I mean, real fast.
Is it a kit?
So many little pieces of plan like this.
Your weekend sat.
Was it- is it
Susan
metal?
and myself and
Wood.
there were a couple of others. Can't remember who it was. But we were all here. Big embrace, everybody.
You gonna paint it?
And then we started looking at our texts.
She's compatible with it.
So do you have a? Yeah, we found.
Where's it going? So there's the building.
It's funny
here.
because I forgot that he was
Draw it
from,
down.
his name is John
Oh.
Butler and Gordy. They used to live,
Right there.
in Kingsford's house years ago. But their mother, Virginia, and
When they put the.
I started teaching
Right.
at the same school that she was teaching at
So what is it?
before she retired.
This one's good.
So they're all very
okay.
musical.
Oh, you're gonna have music at your.
Well, no, they're not coming. They're visiting the.
Oh, I'm not talking about your guests. I'm talking
Oh,
about
I thought-
family.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me. Yeah, they're visiting. Yeah. But it was funny because when I went to greet them.
Yeah.
they
Yeah, remember?
had a line.
Did you holler? Oh.
I looked at it and I thought, God, he looks familiar. So, he talked to me before, but
So that's where the upper part of the.
yeah, well,
So this is
everybody's
the
gonna be
upper
on
part,
my house.
You're
Not
saying
again.
we're doing about 8 inches.
Oh, okay.
It's hot rod, but we'll
Yes,
do the
right.
turkey,
Yeah.
which is the passion.
In fact, that's where
So Paul,
the little rock is, which I think.
Yeah.
I'm.
well, yeah, we just bumped into a
Horrendous experience.
Oh, yeah.
My daughter in San Juan. So we had to extend our stay for about 2 days. We were up there. And
Yeah.
found it, and today she thought, well, we have to find a lawyer to represent us. And we got a lawyer. He was really good. And he got the judge, there's no reason why the statute. He got released today to my daughter. She just got it back. What happened was about 2 months ago, the dog got, and she came home in the morning. And the dog got out of the car and ran across the street. with it. But didn't buy the person, didn't kill the dog, and she paid for the vet bill. The other dog's fine. But and then animal control came and did report, said, yeah, you sound like a responsible owner, but apparently, only thing we can surmise is it took 6 weeks. The owner of the other dog called. But according to both what the prosecuting attorney says for Santa Fe as well as for our lawyer says. Animal control officers. So she's confident, the worst of the worst, they said, so they just really messed this up and it didn't give us a process. Freaked her out, thank God we were there, but this is wrong.
So
This
she
is her
marched.
family, yeah, her family member, yeah, you're taking a family member. So they boarded it at a kennel, the Top Dog Kennel, which is south of town by the racetrack, and she, and then even the people there said,
She
you
didn't.
know what, this stuff's fine, it's not a vicious spot. So anyway, she does have, maybe they did, file a misdemeanor, so, but my. Let's see. Just roll over. And you were there, your job, you were there. Yeah. And of course, we just worked out the money for the retainer. We had to. We had to launch on the- Yeah. So she may come down Could not. But my other daughter's here from all day right now. They got in, so we got home Friday night, they got in Saturday.
It was just.
That was fun.
Hopefully maybe your other daughter.
Yeah, exactly. And we also talked to her about maybe it might be good for you. She lives on Yate off the, Old Hickox and Yate. So right up the St. Francis, you know where the Allen store is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that from growing up there. It's right in that, behind Allen.
Yeah. Yeah.
It used to be bar.
Okay. Yeah, because I had a friend, she wrote about dad, who lives by the railroad tracks. Across
The railroad district?
No, on St. Francis.
Oh, yeah, that's real close to where she lives. 'Cause she walks the trail with us.
Yeah.
All the time. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of glad how she's got this stuff. She's a young woman, good looking, beautiful woman. And she, I want it. Yeah, and that's what happened, and, no, it's a big dog, it's a great Dane. But it's not huge.
It's funny because on it, the check over her.
Yeah, it's not as big as a Great Dane, it's probably 100 pounds, about this high. Here's the picture.
Well, that's awful. It is traumatic.
And it's just, she's trying to work and deal with all those.
Where does she work?
Good news
Is she the one that's the yoga person?
Yeah, she's hand to mouth, so she doesn't have a lot of money.
Yeah.
She's just trying to make ends meet and live in Santa Fe.
Yeah.
It's a big thing.
So they were, instead of doing a misdemeanor.
Well, Jasper, his name's Jasper. Did I say no? Yeah. That used to be her dog, which we adopted, and he's a golden retriever.
Yeah, I remember that.
And
I
that means
texted Lori today, she does
days
not
and
answer me.
out.
Could I lost something?
She's not good.
Anyway, so.
I mean, she's
What we're
slow.
saying, like,
Yeah.
if that's the so this were they talking about.
Yeah. Sometimes the next
Then
day,
the other.
depends on what she's doing.
Did you go to Pilates?
I didn't go today.
But she would have had it. So
She did have it.
Okay. So she's
From what I understand, she had it, very different.
That's most.
I didn't get
people
it.
had, like, 2 or 3
Is-
So, that makes sense. But how that is like.
And then Jim's got a,
How's he doing?
well, he's got a nerve block procedure. Kind of early. So I mean, he's very rigid.
And,
It's
so,
in his head.
6 weeks later.
So,
And is it from the?
yes,
back?
turn, oh, yeah.
What is that?
It's supposed to come, I think, it's
Authorities, the authorities, yeah.
January.
And they said,
Got
if it's not dishes.
Who knows?
Yeah.
She Yeah. And then he's,
They never gave her a citation. And so it's like, you know, we're out there, we're trying to decide.
Good job, good job.
This
My God, a lot of Christmas stuff.
is great.
Oh, God, Christmas stuff. Laura, do you decorate a lot for Christmas? I think, do you decorate a
No,
lot
I'm
for
a
Christmas?
Scrooge.
I'm too, a bit of a Scrooge.
If it weren't for my daughter, I wouldn't decorate.
And just now I have grandbabies, that's why I'm gonna decorate.
I was gonna say, the kids get you even more excited than anything.
But they're
Don't you
tiny.
see all the glitter all over my face right now? Because literally Christmas went up this last weekend.
See, and I don't put my Christmas up till 15th or so.
Okay.
Mhm.
Are you?
Yeah.
You're a teeny tiny bit pale. I think you might be hot.
Okay.
I feel almost Kruger. It's just so hard. I mean, because we haven't updated the code structure, we don't have a lot of
What's that?
flexibility.
Said you can
Correct.
feel
And
the
this is
heat
The
when you
warmth.
walk in.
All right, the time is now 8:12, and we are returning from executive closed session for discussion of limited personnel matters for the Community and Economic Development Department pertaining to historic preservation position. If I can have a motion to leave executive closed session to go back into our regularly scheduled meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, seconded by Trustee Johnson Burek. And if there is no discussion or objection, we will be entering into our regularly scheduled meeting. And the time is now 8:13. We're getting back into our regularly scheduled meeting. There is approval of action that arose from the result of discussions in closed session. And that is pursuant to an open position for a historic preservation position within the town. And that is that I would like to make a recommendation for the hire of Miss Liana Aguirre to be joining our team in the historic preservation position.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, seconded by Trustee Nevades. Any discussion? Seeing as there is none, Gloria, roll call vote if you would, please.
Yes.
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 Great. Thank you very much for approval of this new and very exciting position within the town, and more so support to help Community and Economic Development Department. Mr. Salazar. Next up is Board of Trustee Committee reports. There's any?
We haven't.
Yes.
Trustee Nevades?
No.
Trustee Johnson Burek?
I am going to defer to you, Mr. Mayor, and to Mayor Pro Tem, because I left my notes and everything in my car. But the only thing I was going to refer to the MPO meeting we had on I think the 13th. The one thing I know that stands out was the safety target presentations that they gave. So yeah, I'm sorry. I will defer to you both.
Trustee Cadena?
I have no committee reports.
Mayor Pro Tem Merrick?
I left shortly after Trustee Burek, so I
Oh.
can't really say anything. Yes, we got the safety analysis, and our MPO staff actually really went into detail about each pedestrian accident, how it was caused, what happened. So they really went into a lot of detail. The MPO staff did say that they won't be able to do that every year because of the amount of work it takes. I know they're trying to figure out a way to have some sort of MOU or some kind of partnership with all our police departments and public safety departments to try and narrow that down so we get those not in real time, but more of a accurate picture of accidents and fatalities and that sort of thing. What else did we do? That's all I can remember right now. They did send us a bunch of slides, so I will refresh myself. Or if you have any questions, I can defer to the slides.
The MPO had a lot of great information that was shared.
Yeah.
I think that the other part of MPO just that's open is that they did open a call for projects as well. So I will be looking at working with Lorenzo in specific and taking a look at our capital outlay listing to see what projects may be viable in that listing for us to make those requests in there and to get the grant application process started. Some of those projects are not applicable to our current capital items listed, but there might be some opportunity there that we might go after and look at as well. And if we do, then I'll bring that forward to you as the board. We did have a Friends of the Taylor Monument meeting as well, right immediately after MPO. So that's why I was a little late to that one. Mary Helen knows that, right? But great conversations there and great actions that were coming out of that. I do sit on that one as an advisory individual in there, or sorry, emeritus? No, not emeritus. I'm not a voting member. Ex officio. There we go. I knew the technical term was there somewhere. Thank you. I appreciate that. But they're moving along and trucking along, as well as the monument, getting some great work done on the things that they're doing there, which is phenomenal. And then now we'll just go straight into trustee and staff comments. Mr. Marshall.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. They finished our new security cameras and door codes at the station. We're just waiting for the company to tell us how to use them, or how to go live. They're going to start our remodel of our booking and evidence room, which will allow us to have a lot more room to store evidence. Redo Danny's office and build a hallway to our evidence room. It'll be more secure. As for traffic on University, I don't think anything can cause more traffic than Zia Middle School. So if that's your concern about the winery, I'll stand up here and tell you I think it's going to be that big.
Or loose dog.
Your loose dog is still on loose, but Jose's out there fighting a good fight, trying to find it. Myself and Lieutenant Diaz will be out of town starting next week on Tuesday. We're going to the police chief, New Mexico police chief conference in Ruidoso. I'll be available on my cell phone, or you can send me emails, whichever. Sergeant Hernandez will be in charge, so if you need anything immediately, I'll give you her number as well. I don't know if the mayor was going to talk on it, but the fire department received their ambulance that was donated from Albuquerque FD. They had their little ceremony last week. Thing's a monster. We should use it because they're not used it. But now they have two pretty the brand new ambulance, and that one's still fairly new and good condition. Great addition to the community and to help out the fire. I'll stand for any questions. On that note, have a safe and happy Thanksgiving. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Mr. Salazar.
I really don't have a lot other than, it does take a lot of time investigating a lot of these cases, especially the special uses and the rezones, and I'm glad that's behind us, hopefully. I'm totally optimistic. I think it was a good decision. Short-term rentals, decided to sit down after this meeting and discuss it. I think it's going to be another one of our things we need to discuss, and then hopefully we can come to an agreement with that. But as far as we just talked about the applications, the interviews and such, I'm also excited about that. So there's a lot of good, positive things that ending the year with that I'm happy with, and I'm looking forward to spending the holidays with my family, and hopefully you all are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salazar. Ms. Clerk.
Nice stand here.
Yes.
Just letting you know that Ashley and I attended the budget conference by DFA, presented by DFA in Albuquerque. It was very informative. We learned a lot of things, and they're starting to streamline a lot of things. So there's going to be changes coming forth. So it's going to be difficult, but at the end, it's going to work a lot easier. Good. Thank you.
Good stuff. You already touched on the fire department, and I know Lorenzo isn't here this evening, so I'll touch on some of his stuff. As you saw there, if you haven't seen, they've started putting up some of the Christmas decorations, and there will be a lot more Christmas decorations that will be going up. That's one of my goals, is to try to light up the plaza, but more importantly, try to light up Veterans Park as an opening and entrance into the town. Hopefully we can accomplish that. But with that as well, you know that I talked a little bit on the University Road project. There we have it was supposed to start tomorrow and get going tomorrow, but I think that the contractor said that they were going to take a hiatus for the rest of the week because they didn't want to start one day and then be off and then come back on. So they're going to probably be starting on Monday more than likely with that university project. As I had mentioned, that there was a time towards the beginning of the year in January that the university will be closed to through traffic while work is being completed for about a 3-week period of time. But then it'll be fully reopened for through traffic on either side. This will not be disruptive to the residents, so DOT or the residents in that area, so DOT noted as well. We do have the Highway 28 project that is being worked on right now. They should be finishing up here fairly quickly because they were supposed to finish up last week, but I think that because of the impeding weather, kind of put a little slowdown on there. But DOT is working on that. There are also quite a few manholes, if you will, that need to be raised still, and DOT is fully aware of that. So they will be working on those in hopefully the very near future. But the contractor that is doing that or that does do that work is also the contractor that's doing the work on Calle de Picacho. So it will be when they get the time in between to do that, which Calle de Picacho is another project there. All the water lines are put in, sewer lines are put in, storm drains should be going in next, and we should be seeing Calle de Santiago from Picacho to Oeste being resurfaced here within the next couple of weeks. I should have more updates on that specific project and where they're at specifically with all of it by the next meeting. And that's public works side. So then we'll move to Trustee Nevares.
Just a comment. I mentioned it during one of the case relating to a overlay zone. I think we should have a discussion as to that if that would benefit the town in certain areas. Certainly in that area of University, we have all that vacant land. So I would like to kind of push that subject and see if it would benefit the town to consider an overlay zone. I'd also like to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, and we should all be thankful that we live in a very unique town. And so that's it.
All right, thank you. Trustee Johnson Burek.
Hopefully I can get this out before having a coughing attack. Wanted to thank Ben for always taking my phone calls instead of just ignoring me. Because I always call you when I got a stray dog that I found and you get Jose right there, or I call you when people are parked up against the stop sign for during our fiesta. So anyway, greatly appreciate you always answering my phone calls. And Eddie, yeah, I've been rough on you the last 2 weeks. I apologize, but I thank you for all your work. I'm glad we're finally getting you help. I thank all the staff, especially at Thanksgiving, for all that they do. I thank the residents. I wish you a happy Thanksgiving. And I'm very grateful for this board and the mayor for all that we do to benefit the town. We may not always agree, but I think every insight and everything we say means something. So thank you all. Right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee Cadena.
Yeah, I just want to thank the staff and the residents for for the work you do and for all the participation and insight and all that you do for the town of Mesilla. I really appreciate it, especially you five
that are still here. The one's still here.
You know, because you're always with us. I think we appreciate that because we appreciate that. You know, just the history and the insight that you add to making our jobs better. And of course, to my the board members too, and the mayor who's been working really hard all year.
Been a
So
year.
appreciate you very
It's
much,
been a year.
Mayor. That's all.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
On the same note, I hope everybody has a great holiday. And I like this board. I like the conflicts we have. It's good. It's good to have differing opinions to find the best outcome for the largest majority. So it's good to have that. Other than that, I have nothing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to say that, you know, just to echo everybody here, grateful for everybody here, everybody that provides everything. It's amazing. And, you know, on a community side, you know, we came together and we provided a little over 50 meals to kids kids and their families at Missy Elementary, which is fantastic for this Thanksgiving deal.
Did an email go out?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dorothy sent that up. But we had everything covered for everything on there, so
But we got everything.
But she also filled everything like within a couple days.
yeah. Our
I didn't see.
our businesses, our residents, everybody came out in force, and thank you to everybody that participated in that. It's absolutely amazing. We have such a loving and vibrant community. One of the things that was asked is one of our businesses in the town also took over the Toys for Tots for the area, and that's the Blue Door venue. So Roxanne's taking that over. So she's put boxes up here, there, and everywhere. But with that, we do have a box here at Town Hall. So if there is anyone that would like to donate to that as well, that they are accepting gifts up until I believe it's the second week of December. So and then we're keeping track of all of those guys and getting them back. But that's how vibrant and great our community is, and loving and giving, and it's absolutely amazing to see everybody come together. And I actually don't have anything else, so I know you all like to hear me talk on and on, but it is hard to believe that it has been almost a year now. Oh, time flies when you're having fun. Holy moly. But with that, if there is no objection, we will adjourn this regular meeting and just move right into our work session real quick.
We have a work session?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right here.
Short-term rental.
Real quick.
Second page.
Oh,
All right.
I was already.
I am going to excuse Gloria.
God. You're killing
Well,
me, Mayor.
I know.
I did not see that. I was.
Yeah. We'll go through this on here. So with that, our regular Monday, November 25th, and immediately following our regularly scheduled meeting is a work session for review by the Board of Trustees for the short-term rental ordinance as it's been proposed and as it was discussed earlier. I also had on there a discussion on the capital outlay, which I'll leave to be a super quick discussion and handout in that. So Eddie, kick it off.
Well, where do I start? Again, here you are again. We'll make it short, right? We discussed the ad hoc committee. We were about 3 months. A lot of differences on the members. I think we did that. I purposely did that because I want to get everyone's opinion, input in this ordinance, not just from one side or the other. Over an extensive, again, discussion, we came up with this ordinance, and we heard a lot of the public comments during our regular meeting that some of even the ad hoc members came to a consensus to put this ordinance together. They each have their own individual concerns that I'm glad they came up and they voiced on that. Um, the top, I want to say the top three or top four concerns is one is the distance and the distance requirements between STRs. That again, the sole purpose of that was for the control the density in one particular area. Okay. Probably why we didn't focus as much as in the RA and the RF zone because the densities in that areas was not as prominent. The other one is the fees, right? The fees that we have. I know one of the members just felt that the fees should only be based on like any other business in town, which requires a $35 fees. They compare a lot of STRs. We don't require restaurants distance requirements. We don't require all these other things. But in reality, STR is a type of business in itself. It's not a retail. It's not a restaurant. It's not a cannabis, even though cannabis we do require that. It's not an alcohol, even though. So in itself, I think it has its own category as a business. It is new. Again, it's new for a lot of municipalities. A lot of municipalities do not have ordinances. I don't know if for that particular reason, because they're hard to come to an agreement and put together, or they haven't come across a lot of issues with the STRs in their municipalities. But I think the fees are fair. Again, going throughout the state, there are from $250 to no. The fee was $250. Again, but working with both sides, definitely was fair with $100 for fee. And they ask, what is that fee for? Where is it going to? And I think a lot. I look at it as an additional responsibility that either our marshals, law enforcement, myself, or even codes have to be able to monitor those types of businesses in the residential area, which makes it a little bit harder to do. Trying to figure out the unregistered STRs that we have now, it takes time. It's time consuming because they don't tell you in the platforms what the address is. They don't tell you what location. They kind of give you a ballpark. So you kind of have to put on your investigative hat and try to figure that out. So it is a little bit more responsibility to be able to monitor those. So that's why the additional permit application is required. A lot of municipalities are doing that for the purpose of that, for the purpose of being able to not just say here's a business license, but STR is a business in itself, and these are the requirements you need to meet in order to have this license. So that's why the permit kind of intertwines with that. There was a question was, does having a distance requirement a little bit overreach of government into regulating private property, right? I'm not a legal attorney or anything like that, but I do know that other municipalities have regulations regarding densities or caps or whatever you want to do it. So those were, I believe, off the top of my head, were the main concerns or differences that we couldn't come up with an agreement. Other, obviously, I already voiced my concern, not my concerns, but my voice, the concerns of some of the other members that were not here. Was that they're not being very comfortable with having people around that they don't grow up with or know of. But to what extent are we responsible as a municipality to be able to comfort that, right? So with that, I stand by for comments or questions.
I have a comment. I mean, I think you came up, or the group came up with a good consensus document. No document is going to be perfect. Only time will tell, what needs to be tweaked. But in the public sector and government, consensus in decision making is very important. And I think this process proved that it can work because the product, you develop the product that I think is workable, in a sense. So, thank you and the group that put it together.
Yes. Okay, so I have a couple notes. So the pricing for permits, I understand it's a separate category, but just like cannabis is a separate category, they aren't charged more. There may be more limitations, but the price of which they can operate is the same. I do like that they have to get a fire inspection every 3 years. And I think it's something that needs to be implemented to all businesses, because that only helps public safety in spaces where they're taking care of the public in general. There's an emergency and those things to happen in places where there's more people in and out. So I think that's something that we could apply to everybody. So I do like that permitting fee, and it's only every 3 years. It's not every year. What else? As far as the 200-foot limit, if we're gonna put a limitation, I think it should be even across every zone, not just particular zones. And I understand it's more dense in those areas, but we already have some that are abutting each other. So I think if we did more of a cap of percentage of what our density in general is, or in the density of the area. So the certain zone, say rural farm, we only have so many housing there because of the amount of land that's there. You would have a smaller percentage just because of the amount of housing. And then when we have historic residential, there's a bigger density, so that number would be higher. Just a better way of capping that, a better way of limiting how many, because I don't disagree. I don't think it should be free reign for all, but we have to come to some sort of either percentage or number that reflects the amount of people that are actually living in that zone. What else? I know we've had issues before with HOAs and them allowing Airbnbs in their area. Again, when we voted on that the previous time, I think it was just the three of us. The previous time, we all agreed that we cannot enforce that on HOAs. However, I think there should be a section that covers their requirements of living there. So I don't think they can control the business that's there, but like noise or amount of people that can be there that respects the HOA too. I don't know if that's overstepping, it might be, but just something that helps navigate people who do live in HOAs, because people live there in order to maintain that vision that they have in their neighborhood.
They've paid for it.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I feel, not saying no to them, not saying they can't have Airbnbs, but that there's some limitations on the rules that they have as an HOA. But again, we may be overreaching, just trying to help everybody. And then I know we've talked about the comprehensive plan a lot and affordable housing. Just in general, we don't have affordable housing. That doesn't exist in Mesilla. The pricing and being able to move a family here is not easy. So I think when we talk about a second source of income, especially for younger families that are here or families that are retired, and the majority of our community is retired, it's a way to do that. And I think a lot of this ordinance, I think we did really well, and we're addressing concerns while evolving to the demanding economy, the overpopulation, environmental changes. I think this is a good step in the right direction to address all these things that are happening. As much as we would like to freeze time and hope that it never moves, this is something that we can't control. And I think us moving in this direction and going over and revising and understanding what cotton industries are now and what STRs are now, because they weren't here 5 years ago, trying to figure all that out is, I think we're going in the right direction. And I think that's great. Other than that, I have nothing.
This is full discussion, so I mean, you could talk as many times. It doesn't have to go. Talk as much as you want. But also, what I would suggest with all of this is let's have an over the top conversation on ideas or what you would like for full discussion as that, unless you want to have the full discussion, and then we'll schedule another work session before our next meeting. And actually dive into some of the details that way it gives staff the opportunity to do that. And part of that is because I think Mayor Pro Tem brought up a great point, and there's a lot of work that's already been done by the ad hoc committee, and I think Ms. Walkinshaw did a majority of that work with the the questions as far as it pertains to density. And so when we look at it, some of the information, and this is part of what I was going to get there, but that share fully during all of this. When we look at it, to answer some of those questions, in our Mercado or our general commercial zone, there's approximately 16 dwellings in that zone. One of those has an STR. So we would be looking at a 6% rate of short-term rentals within our general commercial zone. If we were looking at our historic commercial zone, there's approximately 66 dwellings in that zone. Of those right now, 6 of those have a short-term rental in them, whether they are, and keep in mind that this is whether they are permitted or not right now. This is the ones that we know of presently, and that's kind of the point of getting this going. So that would mean that in the historic commercial zone, we have approximately 9% short-term rentals. In our historic residential zone, approximately 348 dwelling units within that zone, 22 presently in that zone, making 6% of short-term rentals within our HR zone. Then we have our rural farm, or sorry, R1 zone. It's not even rural zone, sorry. Residence one in that, and we have approximately 200 units in there with only one short-term rental known in that area, making 1% in that. In our rural agricultural, 68 dwellings, 2 short-term rentals, making 3% of short-term rentals in the rural agricultural zone, and approximately 144 dwellings in rural farm, and 3 of those have short-term rentals, with 1% being short-term rentals in rural farm. So presently, we have approximately 35 short-term rentals throughout the town limits that we know of per se, or have the addresses, but I'm sure there's more. Once I started getting this information from Eddie, then I took a picture of the map that he has in his office and started highlighting some of these areas that we have that where either they're permitted or they're not permitted in this, but at least to know. So when I think that it was brought up earlier by one of our residents that when we look at this overlay, or not even overlay, but when we look at the density and the 200-foot limit on here, it's kind of limiting what can happen within this. So, I have one example here, and I had a ruler. I don't know what I did with it, just to kind of show, but what we'll do by the next one is kind of do a area map around, circles around these, to show exactly where on this map there could potentially, if we had 200 foot in there, where there would potentially be short-term rentals that would be allowed if we left it at a 200-foot from property line to property line, which does limit a lot of that. And I think that when we look at, personally, when we look at this and think about it, we need to think about what's fair and equitable for all, and not necessarily just be trying to cut that down as a whole. So if we're going to be doing it for one, let's do it for all, or change it completely in what that may look like in the density percentage or whatever that may be. But just things to take into consideration as far as it pertains to that. One of the thoughts that is really concerning is, like, if you look at it in our R1 zone, where we presently only have one, and that's a higher density, similar to what we have in historic commercial, but some of those lots are also a lot bigger in size. And I think we see that a lot throughout our throughout all zones, is the different sizes of lots that are in here. So there's a displacement by the size of the lot. So you might have somebody that has a frontage right now on their lot that has a 200 foot front, but yet from property line to property line, but the next lot or the next 3 lots might only have 80 feet of frontage on their property. So that kind of eliminates the equitable opportunity for those potentially have rental or whatever that looks like. And I think that that's something that we need to be when we're looking at this, because if you have someone that runs a short-term rental in Los Reyes subdivision here, that 200 foot requirement for that zone would basically knock out anybody in Los Reyes from having it, but also bleed over into quite a few homes on Capri Arc that would not be able to have that same opportunity. And kind of part of that makes me wonder if that's a road that we want to go down on a legal aspect.
Question, but some of those, what you're mentioning, excuse me, that how do we know that they even want to have Airbnbs? How do we know that they even have space to have Airbnbs or casitas? I mean, we're assuming that based on the 200 feet, that there is homes in there that want to do that. I don't see a lot of that in the
Well,
Los
and-
Reyes. I mean, unless they're going to rent out a room.
No,
for an
and that's
Airbnb.
exactly the point. I don't think that you're going to see that necessarily, but I think given some of the comments and questions that arose earlier, is we don't know people's situations. They might be able to have that or not do it now, but there might be something that happens in their immediate needs that they can't do it. So then they need to figure out a different way of life, and that rather than selling the house, maybe they're renting it out or whatever the case may be. I don't know. But there's any number of aspects of looking at what could happen, and it's really the what ifs. It's not that they are necessarily. It's just that when we look at just like myself, just looking at what's fair and equitable across the board, I think that that's one of the big questions that I ask is, 200 foot from closest property line to property line. I get it, because we're trying to, or the committee's trying to cut down, as well as the planning and zoning commission, on the saying that all of Calle de San Albino is going to be nothing but short-term rentals from one end to the other, because that's probably what we don't want, right? By any means. But we've also seen this happening over the years, and it's very random, as it is. It's not quite. There's no. If you look at this map, and I can pass it down with those that are there that are on that, it's just they're not. They're very random, by all means. There's a few that are in the same neighborhoods, a few that aren't. But I kind of wonder if we limit the distance that might be. We might be creating more heartache than what we need, or maybe we look at it as less than 200 feet, and maybe it's 100 feet, 50 feet from property line to property. Well, not 50 feet, but or maybe nothing at all. Maybe we just say it's going to be 10% of the total zone, regardless, and that's it, of the total density of that zone. Maybe that's a different way of looking at it, especially given the numbers per percentage in homes that are here, and that one can be passed down as well for you all to look at. It's just there's a lot of hard work that was put into this, and that is definitely recognized on and some good discussion. But I think that some of the comments as they were brought up earlier, that's definitely something to take into consideration on all of that.
Yeah. I mean, I think because we have such a variety of zones, and each zone doesn't necessarily mean you meet a certain amount of property either. I mean, I'm in an RA zone, and I don't even have close to 3 acres, right? But I was grandfathered in, so I think it is more about percentage and I don't know that we can even do a straight across percentage, because maybe historical residential should have a higher percentage, just because those people as far as density goes, I just think there's a better way than a strict 200 feet kind of thing, right? So I agree with the two of them that we have to, that a lot of very good work and a lot of consensus came in here, but that we just have we wouldn't, I mean, one is fairness and the other is, I really think it's a self-limiting business model, because I don't think that there's a ton of money. I mean, I've had people look at it in Mesilla say, do we really want to do a short-term rental? And it's just not worth it. I mean, they don't make enough money, right? I mean, but I have people that stay in Mesilla all the time in the different short-term rentals, and most of them, I mean, and they're beautiful, right? I mean, the next person coming in like 2 weeks is staying above the Billy the Kid. I mean, I don't even know if that one's legal or not. But so I'm just saying, what do we do with that? I mean, how do you measure that? What's 200 feet from the second floor of Billy the Kid? So I'm just, so this is a lot of work, and somehow we got to streamline it, right? For the sake of you guys, the sake of the owners. So yeah, just a little bit more thought. And the only reason I bring RA and RF up is because we have what we've learned this year, and what has caused a lot of controversy in town, in the town of Mesilla, is that things seem unfair sometimes because of special use permits and variances and those kinds of things. And our code, I mean, we were told by Nora, and I don't know if this is still the case, but it'd be like 60 grand to update our ordinance, our codes, our chapter 18, right?
But try about 250.
Okay. So we
It's
know
gonna be
those
a lot
aren't
of money.
working for us, right? I mean, the thought of having a guest house with no more than 7 guests and 5 employees and all that, I'm not sure is something that we're dealing with right now, when we're really dealing with what do we do for our residents to have options to do with their properties and still maintain the integrity of Mesilla, right? And especially people, I mean, whether we like it or not, we're going to be gentrified to a certain extent because people have to move and other people want to move in, right? And with more money and more ability to do things. But anyway, so I just think that if we're not going to do chapter 18, that as we develop this short-term rental, why would we leave that just completely open to interpretation, the RAs and RFs? Because then we're going to, every time somebody comes up, it's going to be a special use permit. We're going to say, okay, we don't, like for me, right? I have less than a third of an acre. Let's say did want to put a short-term rental. I mean, what are you guys going to do? I mean, I don't meet the minimum requirement. You know what I mean? I don't have, there's not going to be 200 feet at all. So I just think we got to address it, because we can't address it right now in for $250,000 that we have to invest in chapter 18. And a lot of time on your part, right? I mean, redoing chapter 18 is going to be
big.
Be very big, but at the same time, we're going to have to make decisions. And, I mean, Mrs. Kruger, she's always giving us advice, and she knows where these came from. And here we are having to make decisions. And again, we respect everybody up here and everybody that comes. But like today, we made an exception, right? I mean, we made it fit, but it's still an exception, in my view. So, so I think I would like, if we're going to go down this road, the STR road, I think, and I know you don't want to do 3 more months of ad hoc, Eddie, but I think
I think we've already exhausted what we're gonna come up with. This is the best we can. Now it's you guys' turn to come to some kind of consensus.
okay.
I don't think going back and redrawing the ground was gonna do that.
Okay. I mean, I just would like to consider okay. I mean, I don't know what everybody else thinks about just, I think the the 200 feet doesn't work for me either. So I think there's 3 people that it doesn't work for. I don't know about you two. Just because it's not, I mean, if we were Phoenix, Arizona, where everything is blocked out exactly, we'd be fine. But we have these teeny tiny lots that maybe those are the people that need the STR the most, because the only way they're going to hang on to their property is to rent the second floor, right? I mean, not in the, I'm just saying, thinking of the residents in this town. And yet the people on 20 acres could have 3 STRs and 4 long-term rentals and make more affordable housing for us at some point. I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen in the future, but so I'm just saying, I'd like to, if we're not going to do something significant with Chapter 18, I'd like to include more specifics for RA and RF zones in this STR ordinance. And I don't see the 200 being a way of looking at this particular thing. I think it's more of a percentage of density. It's more maybe caps, but of new applications per year. I mean, just different things that we could come up with to make it a more equitable and an opportunity situation for people that come in and out of Mesilla or second generations that inherit property or something like that. But anyway, I mean, we had to do a variance, a zone variance because that's what the judge demanded of us, and we would have never done that, except it was, to me, the right thing to do. But it's totally not within code, right? So I just think we're going to be up against these more often than not now, because our code, Chapter 18 code, is so antiquated and does not fit the current situation that we're in.
So I got just a question, and just as part of the discussion, it kind of goes along this lines. And I'm sorry, Trustee, you know how it goes while you're thinking about things, and I'm just going to interject. I'm sorry. So I guess the question when we think about it is, what's been over the past 11 months? How many applications have we received for short-term rentals?
Just 2 that were off the top of my head. 2 that were unregistered. One from the RA zone, and I want to say maybe 5.
And then we probably have a dozen that aren't registered right now that need to be registered. So with that in mind, in thought and theory, and I know it's been part of a discussion as well, that was in one of our residents, actually a couple of residents that have submitted their stuff, is that the number of short-term rentals over the past has not significantly increased, and we haven't seen that. So maybe we look at is the potential, what it looks like, and just as this is just in thoughts and in talking, is in removing the requirements as that, with the verbiage in there of the potential of having them brought up when we see, maybe we set up a full density review that's reviewed every single 6 months or every single budget. Every time we go through budget, let's take a look at it, and then we can amend the ordinance and add that in if we're starting to see a large influx, because we can always change it. And so it's going to be harder to take things away once we get it codified than it is to actually add a little extra, right? So maybe less is more in the long run when we think about things. Potentially. Who knows? This is thought and discussion.
Yeah.
And
I
so-
appreciate that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if I understood Trustee Cadena right, so you're talking about RF and RA having 4 or 5 units. Did I hear you correct? Because they're not zoned for that though. So they can't build all those properties to have Airbnbs.
Well, they might.
They can't.
I mean, there's a lot of different things out there, Stephanie. I mean, like I said, I don't have that on my property, but I can. our property right now, is split up in a very, very weird way. My neighbors, I mean, I'm just saying, I mean, we're just gonna keep coming up on things that seem very logical to us, and yet they're not gonna meet code. And they're not gonna meet code because our code is antiquated and is not meeting the needs or the growth patterns or even what we want to happen in this town. And so that's all I'm saying. You know, we don't know. I mean, we want to give people flexibility but still preserving the big picture, the comprehensive plan. I mean, the values of everybody's properties in this place. I mean, there are places that could potentially do some things to, I mean, why, if there's a guest house, if they were allowed to have a guest house with not more than seven guests, and they have a second house like that, or a barn that they can convert into seven, I mean, that's in the code right now. I mean, do we call, but VROB is going to be the company that does it. They're going to be called short-term rentals, but we want to call them a guest house so that they can meet the code. You know, I mean, there are properties that potentially have seven, that could potentially right now build a place with seven up to seven living spaces right now in the code in
As a
RF.
guest house.
As a guest house.
Yes, but they can only build one. They can't build the 4 or 5 that you were stating.
Okay, but right now we're having Mr. Armijo build 2 back to back. I'm just saying a barn that's renovated into 4 different units or 7 different units, and we called it a guest house instead of a STR, would still be legal right there.
And they'd still have to apply for an STR permit though.
That's my point.
Yeah, but you were saying they could have 4 or 5.
Well,
They have
and
7.
what Trustee Cadena is getting at is the part of the code in rural farm and rural agriculture that applies to bed and breakfasts in particular.
Right.
In that, because that is allowable in that zone presently.
So what's wrong with that though? That's fine.
No, I know, but what's the difference?
What's the difference between a bed and breakfast and a short-term rental? And why are we punishing? I mean, we're saying that.
I think we would have to, actually, there is a definition of between both.
Breakfast being served.
I mean, actually, bed and breakfast can only serve breakfast. I mean, you know, I mean, those are the kinds of things we have in Chapter 18 in the code that is limiting those people in those areas that could have up to 7, but they don't want to run a bed and breakfast. They don't want to serve their customers breakfast. They want to redo a barn. There's Dasha going, no. I mean, nobody wants to fix breakfast for anybody. You can go to the Bean and get breakfast, or La Posta, you know. I'm just saying that right now, if we met the code completely, it doesn't really meet what everybody's doing, which is VRBO, not bed and breakfast. No, I mean, Ruidoso used to have tons and tons of bread and breakfast, but they're not doing them anymore. They're doing STRs because nobody wants to go to bed and breakfast and be, I mean, they want to be, I used to go to bed and breakfast. Now I go to STR. I mean, to VRBOs or Airbnbs, you know. So I'm just saying, with our antiquated code, if we're going to make a whole new ordinance for short-term rentals, and we're including in any way, because we do have approvals right now in RA, I guess not in RF yet. There may be somebody out there renting in RF zone for all we know, because they have an extra casita or a back door or whatever that they can rent to people. I just think that the way we bring everybody in the fold. But anyway, that's just, I mean, I hate to do things on special use permits and variances and all that stuff, because it does project favoritism. I mean, we all know that right before last 2 years ago, we had a person that totally qualified for building, rentals, and it was rejected just arbitrarily. So I just have a problem with us leaving things wide open with our antiquated Chapter 18. That's one of my issues. And I mean, the fee schedules, I don't know. If you're saying this is a consensus, even though we've gotten complaints about that.
Yeah, again, it was divided, our ad hoc was divided, and I think each one had their own,
And see, on this ordinance, they've attached the code. So how are we supposed to, how is this supposed to even work, right? Because you've attached the code for RA and RF, and yet it doesn't mesh.
Well, there's some
Well, it
updates
has to,
in it.
because there are gonna be some changes required for the RA and the RF and the other ones based on trying to make it consistent with this new proposed ordinance, to try to be able to be consistent with the rest of the code, not the section in itself.
Right.
That's why it's attached, and you have somebody, you see some comments on the other.
Yeah, that's just what so shall we plan another meeting? I think everybody's burnt out.
Yeah. Well,
I just wanted to comment because we had discussions that we need to look at the ordinance and see if we can make amendments to the ordinances to bring us up to the present day. And I think that's workable. I think we just need to identify the ordinances and then start working on them. I have some ideas, and we've kind of touched on it in some of our discussions. It's workable, I think, to amend the ordinance.
Well, and that's the biggest way that we're going to get Chapter 18 taken care of,
Yeah.
is just by chipping away at it little by little. It's not going to happen all at once.
Right. And if that's an option, then we need to do it while we're doing this
Well, and that's,
for RA and RF.
it would be applicable to, with the right way is what's applicable to whatever's on the table. Right.
Well, that's what I think.
But it wouldn't be changing all of RA and RF because we don't have the foreseeables on all of that.
Right.
Unless specifics to change at the same time, then, as they're listed in here, we can look at it and say, especially these that staff has here, what uses are permitted, what uses are not permitted, the size of the sign that's allowed in that area specifically, or on a building. What defines an accessory building to a primary structure, whatever these are. If there's more in-depth as it's presented here, then definitely make those recommendations to staff. But what we're looking at is the overall overreaching of the short-term rental ordinance in general. And then the only reason why the other parts of the ordinances are attached is specifically for those areas as it's been identified by staff and the ad hoc committee for the potential changes as they reflect to this, if that makes sense.
Right. And what they basically are saying is we're going to add that as one of the permitted uses. But then I just think we have to do a little bit more than that.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I mean, that's
In order to avoid.
We need direction though.
Yeah, I'm waiting for like a solution.
Yeah, I
Instead
mean.
of doing this, let's do this, and this. Now we need to get.
Well, yeah. Well, like I said, my concern is that, we have not we have discussed doing Chapter 18 little by little, but every time I hear about it, it's, where 60,000, 70, now it's $250,000.
That's for the whole code.
I know,
In
I
order
know.
for it to jive and
But
match.
let me be honest with you, if we're redoing the whole code, they're not gonna know what this board wants or what this community needs in a sense, right? We, as the mayor was mentioning, is every municipality, for three of them that I work with, is a case by case. We, like we're doing here, we're gonna be making changes on chapter 18 here.
Okay.
As another case comes, we gotta make it, so, and at the very end, when it gets codified, they just make sure the code's consistent with each other. That what's already in place. They're not
Okay.
gonna say, okay, you guys should be based on this, you guys should have.
Okay, no,
something-
I didn't even know what the process was, and that's really what I'm asking about. But if we can piecemeal it and we can just do it with this, I mean, at this particular time, I mean, that is absolutely the way that we should approach it, because we're not gonna get to that,
To the main thing.
to the
And
main.
I think what's.
And it makes more sense that we would do it in piece. I mean, we would do it like this. I don't want it to be so broad. I don't, because I just know what we're going to run into. And it's important to me that people feel like they're treated fairly every time they walk in here, because that has not been the case in the past. And in fact, things have been done arbitrarily, not, by planning and zoning, by us, by both of us together, both. And I just want to try to avoid that if we can. Yeah. So I'm more than, I mean, I want to look at that closer for sure. And I think we need to just have another meeting and look at the percentages instead of.
Okay. So look at it.
You do before that meeting, say, hey, can you look into Verdoso? I heard they got something going on over there. Hey, can you look at this? Can you look at this? And I'll do all the homework to help you make those decisions, right? But the proposed ordinance is already in front of you, right? So now if you want to look, other options as not having the 200 feet, I'll do the homework. Just tell me what you want to do. Hey, call, I don't know, the short-term rental committee or whatever, and I'll try to get some information for you. But as far as giving you, for me, I think, and the ad hoc, we already at. this
Sure,
point, right?
and that's great. And you've done plenty of work. Yeah, that makes sense, Eddie. It's hard to get consensus under the best of conditions. So yeah, I think that, I mean, I understand even with this conversation better than I did when I came in. So I appreciate that. Yeah, we're sweating up here. It's still 78 degrees. Why?
Direction for staff or comments, discussion?
I think just looking at the fee structure and thinking about having an overall when it concerns businesses. Like the marijuana thing, I understand because it's a substance per se, so I understand that. But I think overall we need to have a fee structure that fits all of our businesses, not just one here, one there, this one, that one. I think it'll help streamline the process too. The other thing is I think we need to go a percentage based off density, not 200 feet apart or only so many in a year. I think if we go density, I think that's the fairest thing we can do, unless we start building more, which is not the goal, especially greenbelt wise. So just looking at that, that's what I think. And then I will double check and see if there's any other contradictions that we missed with the code, and I'll let you know right away. I think that's really all I've got.
Yeah, I just looking at getting ideas about the RF and RA zones, because I do think it's not what everybody thinks it is. I mean, some people have tons of acreage, some people have teeny bits of acreage, and so density would even be an issue there. But you know what? Do we have up-to-date maps? Because when Ronnie was here, she tried to get the most up-to-date map about the zoning maps.
No, the last ordinance zoning that we did approve does not reflect that. And it's one of the things that has been brought up last year, prior administration, that I was not able to find on record when a zoning map was passed through resolution. every time all these updates been going on with the map, no, there hasn't been any updates on resolution on record that this is a newest map that the town of Mesilla, you know, approved. So I don't know how far back, how many changes in the zoning has occurred since the last time it was ever approved, right? So in other words, there's no record that I can find so far for a map that is approved through the town of Mesilla through resolution. So which one do you see? Which one do you know?
Right.
Follow, right?
So which one, are you using a specific one?
Well, I'm using the one that I came into, they gave me, right? It's on my wall.
And it's
that
mostly been.
last one, I believe, was on the 2017 comprehensive plan.
Okay, that's the one, on the
That's the last one, yeah. But
2017.
again, you know.
Yeah.
Change. Yeah, that's the one we are using, correct.
Okay, well, it'd be nice to have a copy of the one that we're using. I might have the 2017 comprehensive plan. And that's the other thing, I know I saw that people were working on the comprehensive plan.
That's what I was going to cover.
It's our next one.
Real quick. And just real quick. But I think that also on that zoning map, when you look at the zoning map, at that, like the one that Eddie has in his office, that there's conflicts in here on what it is, especially for those that we talked about being historic commercial coming down the corridor and continuing that down in our comprehensive planning, and yet they're noted as general commercial on our map. So there's some conflicting that needs to be fully reviewed and by all parties.
And that needs to be updated here soon because.
Correct.
Comprehensive plan.
No, the map.
No, I know, the map has to be updated because we're gonna
Working
try
on
to
this.
do a comprehensive plan, which should be the map should be as accurate as possible, which we know is not.
The planners, yeah.
And the people that live in those zones are the people that are having that's the conflict, is that they're not zoned.
Well, it's going back into those specific cases as they've been heard in the past, whenever they were last heard, and seeing how they might have been changed by a rezone in that specific time. So it's a lot of time and research, which hopefully we'll be able to get going soon. We're working on these. We're working on it. Yeah, we're working on it. Trustee Johnson Burek, do you have anything else to add on this discussion?
No.
Trustee Nevadas, have anything else to add?
No, I'm just processing.
There's a lot. We'll plan on having another work session before the next meeting, which is on the 9th, I believe. Do you feel that, yes, December 9th, do you feel that an hour is going to be enough time for discussion on this? Or should we do?
I don't know if I'll be back in time from Albuquerque. So, I mean, I'll be here when
You get?
yeah. So just an FYI.
And if you have comments or concerns, just get them to staff ahead of time.
I just think the holidays, I mean, I know we've been working on it and we need to get something through. I just
let's
think,
move
Mayor, I
on.
mean, do we really want to try to squeeze everything?
I think we
in?
just need
Yeah. I think on the 9th, it would be great to have a work session. And then after the first of the year, if we needed to, if we don't, depending on if we have a meeting on the 23rd or not, we will look at that as first order of business in the first of the year.
I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
Potentially, right?
Yeah. I mean, I just like to
Pass
get
one down, take it around.
if because of all, as right as possible, because of all the here you go, because of all the roadblocks that we're going to have.
What you have here, just moving on real quick on this discussion is just for you, is an outline kind of for the comprehensive plan. We have initiated this with Sites of the Southwest. The proposed timeline is that they're going to be doing stakeholder interviews, which Board of Trustees, that does include you as part of the stakeholders for data collection, outreach, beforehand interviews, so on and so forth. They'll be going to be planning on doing that this next month. They're going to do a site visit come the second week probably of January, and we'll have a public forum at that point in time to get the community engagement. In the spring, we will have another, or sorry, I guess it is in the spring. It's either going to be in March or April. We will have another public forum to get more input, just as we've had before. And then hopefully by the end of April, beginning of May, we'll have a draft plan that we'll be able to review at that point in time and send it off to adopt it here in May or June, and send it off to EDD or economic development at that point in time for their full approval, because it does have that LEDA component, which does need their approval. The questions that are here are questions that they specifically wanted to ask you in that. So in discussion. So what are the main priorities of your constituency? And as a trustee, what are your main priorities or initiatives? What is working well in the community? What are key assets to contribute to the quality of life and should be sustained or expanded? What could be working better in the community? What could be improved to reach more people, residents, and visitors? Imagine it's the year 2050 in Mesilla. What is happening in the community? Who lives there? What services, businesses, and public spaces are in town? What is your vision for the future of Mesilla? If you could take those specific questions over the next week or so, and I think she has her email in here.
At the Danny Wilson?
Yep, then the very back there, if you could just email her, and that way she has that information. And otherwise, I mean, we can do a work session and include that in that work session for open discussion amongst all of us. But they really want your feedback on this in specific. And then that's that part. And then we'll have more and more community engagement and stakeholder meetings moving forward. Sound great?
Yeah, fantastic.
All right.
Wonderful.
Any questions?
None. Zero.
Thank you.
Not a zilch.
9:23, full meeting, fully adjourned. That's what happens. Let me tell you. What do you do?
Uh-huh. Oh.
Yeah, I'm going to campus too.
Oh, all right. Good night, Jerry.
Good night.
Well, have a good night.